Doing a volume check. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Doing a second volume check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
And then go to YouTube.
Okay. Like the actual YouTube?
Yep. It should have been up.
Oh,
Did that close?
I closed a bunch of apps. Did I close us?
The live stream. Click. Oh no, that's not it. You might have closed the live stream.
Okay. So like we're live.
It says live on YouTube.
Oh. I closed everything just so nothing would show up as we're talking. I thought it was
Talk.
check 1, 2, 3. We're good?
Good? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, so if something wicked happens, we'll show you out everything because we don't want to get offered. Oh. I need a power from there. Okay.
Good afternoon. It's 12 o'clock exactly. We strive for being on time, but if you can give us 4 minutes, we're going to officially start in 4 minutes. All right, good afternoon, Cowessess First Nation. This is our first inaugural ever virtual General Assembly. One of our protocols for Cowessess First Nation is prayer. And Councillor Denise Pelche accepted some tobacco. So I'm just, she's going to take the floor here and she's going to render us a prayer for our afternoon in our General Assembly. Denise?
I'd like to thank you, Chief, for the honor to say the prayer. I'd like to ask the creator and grandfathers and grandmothers to be here with us today to let everything run smoothly, to keep everyone safe and healthy in this time of a pandemic, to keep everyone's minds open, to keep their comments respectful, and to have a good afternoon, and to hope that our home fires remain safe and we all keep each other healthy and accountable. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you, Councillor Denise. Well, good afternoon and welcome Cowessess First Nation. Director of Finance Kathy is sitting beside me. I just wanted to go over a couple housekeeping items here for the afternoon for today and tomorrow. So this is our Spring General Assembly. We are live from the Cowessess First Nation Band Office in the Treaty 4 territory. Our citizens are 4,310. People ask why we're such a big nation. It's because we're sexy and we know it. We are the biggest First Nation in Treaty 4 to date. With such a big nation, gives us opportunity, but also presents sometimes challenges, but we're smart enough to figure those out. A couple of the housekeeping items. Before that, sorry, our vision. So our vision has maintained the same since 2009. We respect and honor the diversity of our First Nation, and from this strength, we will all walk together to flourish as a united, healthy community for generations to come. So our vision definitely sets the tone for where we're going. This is our housekeeping and agenda for our virtual General Assembly for the next 2 days. It's a 2-day assembly because we got so much to share. We broke it down into 2 different categories. So today we are presenting all of our administration. Cowessess has a budget that we approved in March 30th, and Kathy's going to present our budget. This afternoon, we have our executive director, Angie Tanner, as well, going to come in and do her executive office presentation. For the remainder of today's afternoon, we're going to have program managers present on their departments. We're going to finish it off with Last Oak Golf and Country Club today. A manager of Last Oak, Jamie's going to come and present. Tomorrow, we're going to start at 12 again, and we're going to do governance. We're going to start off with our entities. So Cowessess First Nation, we got Ventures, we got Chief Red Bear Children's Lodge, we got Treaty Land Entitlement, we have Mikiwam Housing, Inc., Little Child Community Development, Eagle Woman Tribunal. We're then going to have each counselor that's available to come and present on what she or he has been doing, their the journey they're on, to make sure, and then we'll call her a day. So both days are about 5 hours long. So definitely hoping that if you're in self-isolation, that we can keep you entertained as well as aware of what your First Nation is doing, or unless you're a friend or family of Cowessess, what we're doing on Cowessess First Nation. I just wanted to mention that with this virtual, we do have contact information. If anybody has a question, a comment, or maybe you're having trouble logging on, of course, you're not having trouble if you're watching us right now, but there is a number attached. And please, I believe it's 306-696-6532. So that's directly to Pat Criddle. So she is going to be our assistant. So with that, I just wanted to show you the Chief and Council. Chief and Council were elected in 2019. We run the affairs of the nation, and we are in a change management yet progressive state right now. Definitely change is amongst us, and we are trying to do what we feel is best for the people, the future generation, and honoring our past generation. This is the governance structure that we focus on. You'll notice that your chief and council that are elected for 4 years under the Election Act are in the middle of our governance circle. It's not a hierarchy. We delegate responsibility and we run the affairs of the nation. Today, we're going to predominantly focus on administration, and tomorrow we're going to do the rest. So without further ado, I am going to bring in, where am I here? Where's my Zoom? Kathy Buckles. So Kathy has been, oh, here we go. Stop sharing. So mind us, we're going to have a couple of technical difficulties. So Kathy Buckles has been with Cowessess for many years. She's a COCUM, a recently great COCUM, congratulations, to Cowessess. And Kathy is our Director of Finance. I'm just finding your screen, Kathy, and we are good to go. So how come we still have this one? Let me get rid of this one. Sorry, our first technical difficulty. We are going to get through this.
Here's my first one.
Yes. So you are sharing the screen. How come it doesn't show us?
I don't.
Let's figure this out, Kathy. Let me stop sharing for a second. I'm gonna get rid of this one. Oh no, I don't want to get rid of that one. Sorry, people participating. I'm just having my first technical difficulty and we are gonna solve it right now. There we go. All right. So Kathy Buckles, I hand it off to you. Kathy is our Director of Finance and she's going to present to you the budget that Council approved on March the 30th, 2020.
Good afternoon, and Denise, thank you so much for your prayer. I really appreciated it. I'm going to just give you a quick overview of the money that has been budgeted, but first I'd like to introduce my staff. Next to me is my husband in the top right, and no, he's not part of my staff, but at home he is, okay? He helps out a lot at home. Okay, and then the second row is Roberta DeLorme. She's been with Cowessess since 2014, I believe.
Sounds about
Yeah.
right.
And then Corey Stevenson, he joined us about 2 years ago, and Cecilia Cowessess, she's worked here before. Shannon DeLorme is new to my office. She's the one that normally answers the phone. And Judy DeLorme, she's worked with me for a number of years here at Cowessess as well. And we have Morgan Watson, she's new since last summer. So if you have any questions, when you call in, you will probably get Shannon first, and then she will direct you to one of us.
I'm your Vanna White, so just give me the nod when
Okay.
you want me to change.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Vanna.
How come it's not letting me change here? Hang on, we're having our second definite. Okay, there we go. Right here. Is
Okay.
that correct?
Yes. When we do the budget, we follow a process that's outlined in the financial bylaw that Cowessess has developed. And ultimately, according to our agreements and our funding sources, Chief and Council are ultimately responsible to manage the money. So we present our budgets to Council. This year we presented it. Every manager has the opportunity to come in and sit with Council and explain why or what they wanted. And Council would tell us whether or not they accepted it. So for 2021 budget, our fiscal year is April to March. And so our total revenues that are estimated right at this point are $15,146,012. Currently, the total expenses estimated is $14,788,576. So we're trying to strive for a surplus of $357,436. I know when the audit actually comes out, sometimes we have to account for depreciation, which is not accounted for in this little formula.
Mhm.
So I hope you remember that when I see you in the spring.
In the fall.
Oh, in the fall. Yeah, we're going to go over it in the fall, right? Okay, so you can go on to the next slide.
So
Vanna.
just really quickly, so the surplus of 357,
Yes.
that doesn't mean that people can just apply for additional dollars. That is contingency that we will use through the gaps throughout the year via COVID right now.
Yep.
We are dealing with COVID. We're looking for extra dollars. So that doesn't mean that we have, extra dollars. It just means we have a little contingency cushion.
And if we don't utilize it, remember, it will go against our deficit.
That's right.
Okay, I thought it would be really interesting. Most people don't know where we get our funding from. So I thought it'd be kind of interesting for you to see where we get money from and what percentage of our dollars they provide to us. So FSIN only gives us about 0.17. They pay for our Head Start. The majority of the money that we get is from Head Start. As well, we get about $25,000 for NADAP, for addictions, or I should say First Nations, what is it, FNARF?
FNARF, yeah.
Yeah, FNARF, and it's an addictions program. And then we get 0.29% for justice programming, and That comes from Justice Canada and Saskatchewan Justice. We have a RAP grant right now, and so 34.34. 0.34, I shouldn't say 34%, 0.34. These are all points, they're very little. 0.34, we do have a RAP that's under works right now. So the For Trust is money that is given from TLE Treaty Land Entitlement, and it flows down into a band account called the For Trust. That's where the $50 Christmas comes from, and so that is 1.05% of our budget. CMHC rents collected. We hope we will get this all collected. 2.27% is from our tenants. We have a prior year deferred balance of money in the amount of 3.77%. SIAST provides 4.17%. That goes for our labor force development program and for our daycare program. Miscellaneous other revenue, whether it be water sales, equipment rentals, or any other little grants that we may get, that makes up 4.4%. First Nation Trust, which is the trust that was set up by SIGA years ago, and each First Nation gets a share. 8.54% of our revenues comes from that. And then our own source revenues is 11.72%, with the final amount coming from ISK. And ISK is made up of the old INAC, in the Indigenous Northern
Affairs Canada.
Yeah, and Health Canada. But now it's just ISK, Indigenous Services Canada. So they make 63.9%.
Kathy, one thing I just wanted to mention on here and for the audience, because in order to ask better questions, we should be providing better information, and that's what we're doing here. Majority of the dollars is for on the reserve, minus the First Nation Trust, the revenue own source. And that's a challenge that we face because, we get transfer dollars from Canada for Cowessess on the reserve. The province gets transfer dollars for our citizens off the reserve, but that doesn't, I'm just saying that presents a challenge sometimes because people will, ask, well, my cousin on Cowessess got gas money to go see a doctor. How come I can't get it in the city? Well, the transfer dollars, there's stipulation. So we're trying to educate better. We're trying to provide more services, but we do have challenges. So, good.
And for my last slide, I thought it'd be interesting for you to know where the expenses are all, where we divide our money up to. So wages amounts to 46.45%. Our operating costs, which are utilities, telephone, photocopying materials and supplies, those type of things, is 19.79%. And programming, which is specifically money that is provided to do men and women's wellness. I'm trying to think, post-secondary funding, our LFD money for students, our employment services that we provide right now. That makes up the 33.76%. And the small surplus that we budgeted is 2.42%. And so I hope you enjoyed this. I was asked to only spend 5 minutes. I don't know how long I was, but I hope it gives you a little bit better understanding. If you have any questions, you can always email me at Kathy, KATHY.Buckles, BUCKLES, at cowessessfn.com, or you feel free to call myself, 639-205-7081. Thank you.
Absolutely. And just in closing for finance, I just want to let the citizens and our friends know that Kathy Buckles is our Director of Finance. She, lives on Cowessess. She understands the challenges. She knows the history. She knows the culture. So we are getting stronger one day at a time. And so if you have any questions, please don't be shy. Kathy is very good at explaining and takes the patience to help out. So thank you, Kathy. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah.
Muted.
No. Are we muting here?
Angie.
All right.
5 minute break. I forgot how we're going to get our program directors in on Zoom.
Oh, okay.
We have 3.
Okay, so
So I was just asking 5-minute break in between each presentation.
All right. So if you have to go and use the washroom or fill up your coffee, or if you have good discipline your kids, as sometimes I have to do when I'm on Zoom, we'll be back in like 4 or 5 minutes. Sorry about the technical difficulties. We're just figuring out something here. So we'll be back in 4 minutes.
Janine and Jody are the other ones.
Yeah. All right, we're back here. I got the executive director, Angie Tanner. Sorry about that technical difficulty. We have a couple management that are going to present not from the office because we're trying to keep to under 10 people. But I want to introduce Angie Tanner. So Angie is from Cowessess. She's a co-com. She's been our executive director for 10 months. I'll say 10 months. I might be off. She has a lot of experience here on Cowessess. She's worked in many departments and she is our admin lead. So without further ado, I'm going to share the screen and then Angie is going to take over and introduce herself. So Angie, welcome to the virtual General Assembly.
Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon, Chief and counselors who may be joining, knowledge keepers, fellow co-workers and membership. And I want to thank Councillor Denise for the opening prayer for the meeting. As you see my report up there, I hope to try and stay within my 20-minute limit, but I'll try my best and see how this goes, being that this is all new. The past 10 months have really been a learning experience. I went from managing one department to 13 departments, so it was quite the leap. It's been fun. I've enjoyed it. I have awesome core workers and a lot of support, and it's been an amazing ride so far. And I hope to be here for many more years, so we'll see how that goes. Okay, so before you have my report, can you make it just a little bit bigger?
I can try.
Just 1 second here.
No, I don't want to turn that on. All right, that's as big as I can get it.
Okay. As you see before you, we have an executive office. I don't make decisions.
Sorry, there's something here. Sharing is paused. Bring your shared window to the front. Hang on, I can't make it bigger. I gotta just use it like this.
Okay.
Where was I here? Where was I? I believe this is it. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that.
As you see listed there, the executive office is that we have a team. I don't work alone. Whenever there's issues or concerns, I do have people to go to for support and opinions and what have you. The executive director is under the direct supervision of the chief and is the only employee of the chief and council. Overall, the executive director has the responsibility of ensuring that there are reliable, credible, and accountable programs and services being provided by the many departments of Cowessess First Nation. This also includes the post office and the Chief Henry S. DeLorme Mall. To accomplish this task, the executive director, in collaboration with the executive office members, must ensure that all the necessary policy and procedures, processes, and finances are in place to support the organization in achieving their goals and objectives. So the executive office includes not only myself, but also Pat Criddle. She's the executive assistant, director of finance, which is Kathy Buckles, who you just heard from just previous to me. Human resource specialist, Kimberly DeLorme, and the communication specialist is Rhoda Chumasi. I hope I didn't make an error. And here's some pictures here. So, there's the picture that I did not want to use, but it's there anyways. So, and Kathy, Kim, Rhoda, and then Pat Criddle as well. So
nice. So just for the people listening, so top right, Kathy Buckles, director of finance.
Yes.
She just presented. Bottom left, Kimberly DeLorme. She's HR specialist. Middle bottom is Rhoda. She's our communication specialist, and Pat Criddle, who's been with Cowessess for 37 years.
37 years.
Is the executive assistant.
Yes.
Angie, I just wanted to ask one question here, and we're live, so it's kind of like we're a moderator. Last Oak Golf and Country Club is also a part of this. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good. There you are.
Okay, what I have before you is just a list of all the program directors that I currently work with. These are all the departments within the organization. So there's myself as CFN Organization and Administration. I am the Executive Director. Community Preparation Center is Barry Sparvey, Director of Community Preparation Center. Education is Sandy Panay Schindler, Director of Education. Facilities and Infrastructure is Ira Sagan, and currently he's the Acting Director of the Water Treatment Plant. Roads, community, and community buildings, and wastewater. Finances, Kathy Buckles, she's the Director of Finance. Health and Social Development, Emily Watson. Housing is that Audrey Delorme, Director of Housing. Justice, the position is currently vacant. Lands and Resources, Loretta Delorme, Director of Lands and Resources. Astor Golf and Country Club, Jamie Delorme is the manager. Prevention and Resources is Janine Sparvier. She's our acting Director of Prevention and Resources. Sports and Recreation is vacant. They are the Director of Sports. And Urban Services is Jody Delorme, Urban Services. So we have 13 departments in total that we have within the community here.
And so for the rest of the afternoon, Angie, they're going to be presenting as well.
Yes, they'll all be presenting their own individual reports.
Nice.
Okay, so there's when the chief and council had their strategic planning session, there is 6 key areas in which each department is required to work within and, you know, kind of use as a guideline. The Cowessess, in relations to data for the Cowessess First Nation organization, the Cowessess First Nation organization is operating on a budget of approximately $16 million for the 2021 fiscal year. The funding sources are ISK, Indigenous Services Canada, First Nations Inuit Health, CMHC, FSIN, SciTag, First Nations Trust, Revenue Trust, Painted Hand CDC, SAS Justice, Justice Canada, and other grants and funding obtained through the many proposals and proposal-driven activities. So throughout the year, a lot of our directors do apply for other additional fundings that can be applied by our nation. And in doing so, they are able to add to their budget and able to provide more programs and services in which benefits their area. The Cowessess First Nation, with regards to good governance, the Cowessess First Nation organization is governed by the various laws, agreements, bylaws, policy and procedures, and plans that, as the executive director, am responsible for ensuring that all the departments, programs and services and staff are abiding by and adhering to and all the decisions that are being made available. As it relates to change management, change is always difficult, but change is manageable when there's a clear communication and understanding that leads to the buy-in by those who are facing the change. As long as the change is to improve and enhance the current situation, and it is understood that it is for the betterment, then change is less stressful on all parties involved. All changes that are made are in collaboration with all directors involvements. As it relates to values and trust, each and every one of the directors share the same values as it relates to the betterment of the organization. It is their intention to enhance the environment and lives of those who we provide programs and services to. By working as a team, the trust is strengthened as they move forward by supporting and assisting one another. Strategic planning. The executive office and the program directors continually strive to plan for a brighter future in all the areas that they work within. It is our intention that the annual budget, strategic planning sessions will be conducted to ensure that we are consistently working towards that same goal of improving the environment and lives of others that we serve. Communication, all program directors meet on a bi-weekly basis. They also provide bi-weekly reports to myself as the executive director. As the executive director, I participate in all chief and council meetings, finance admin meetings, nation building meetings on a bi-weekly basis. I provide a report on all the activities of the organization, which includes sharing the reports received by the program directors. This ensures that there is a full communication between organization and leadership. For human resources, Cowessess currently employs 120 full-time employees, 9 part-time employees, 5 casual workers, and 52 temporary COVID-19 workers. I will be talking more about the COVID response that we had within our community in a bit in my report. The Human Resources Office is responsible for managing all Cowessess First Nation human resource needs, including on-reserve and urban staff. We work with other departments to ensure that all activities of the Cowessess First Nation are governed and administered in accordance to the framework outlined in the Personnel Policy and Procedures Manual, as well as adheres to applicable federal legislation. Membership, population statistics for Cowessess as of May 28, 2020 from ISK. For the ages of 0 to 17, we currently have 541 males, 498 females. So we have 1,039 individuals between the ages of 0 to 17. Between 18 and 64, we have 1,365 males, 1,515 females, that for a total of 2,880. And 65 and older, we have 148 males and 226 females. So that's 374 individuals over the age of 65. So we have a total population at this point of 4,293 individuals for Cowessess First Nation. The membership report Membership clerk also reports to ISCON any births, marriages, deaths, amendments, bank transfers, and issues certificates of Indian status cards, which are paper laminated. We do not have the plastic cards here as of yet. This program also assists with the flood claims for those that are turned 18 that can apply, as well as the funeral subsidy and the membership support programs. COVID response and planning. As I stated before, I was going to discuss this. Since March 19th, 2020 marked the first day of an unprecedented time here in Cowessess. March 20th, all offices, departments, and CCC closed their doors and staff were required to stay home. March 2020 was the first meeting of the COVID-19 task force, which included all the chief and council members, all executive office members, and all program directors. We met every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday to work together to produce plans of action to address the need of ensuring the safety of our staff and community citizens. These coordinated meetings were conducted by Zoom to ensure the health and safety of all those who participated. Research and information gathering began, assessing the effects of COVID-19 provincial restrictions, and began implementing necessary steps for food security, implemented monitoring stations at our borders to prevent COVID-19 from entering our community. Staff ensured that the necessary day-to-day essential services were being provided. The emergency management plan was implemented, and the flagging system was incorporated to allow for an effective communication tool for the citizens in stating their needs to the peacekeepers. And the community was saturated with educational information that was delivered to their homes, posted on the website and on the social media pages. All the steps that have been taken will be lessons learned, and a new COVID-19 response plan will be created to continue to protect our community and citizens. So everything that we have learned to date is what we're going to be putting in this plan, because I'm sure you've all heard it before. There's a potential second wave that'll be coming through. We will be more prepared for that when that call comes, and we'll be ready to put everything back into place on a moment's notice. So it was definitely a good learning experience.
So Sandy, I just wanted to bring us back into the screen here. The COVID-19 has been interesting. You know, I don't think Cowessess has ever experienced such a pandemic in the contemporary times. We have 3 meetings per week with yourself, did I not say Angie? Angie, sorry, Angie. And we have 3 meetings a week, program managers, executive office, and council. We got about $300,000 from ISC. We just about depleted all our money, and we are still trying to forecast for the next 6 months. What is it that you find is going to be your challenge as the executive director? Is it staff coming back to work? Is it providing services? Because, you know, our whole goal is to minimize the risk.
Right. I think what we can be doing is learning what we went through and be able to identify where more emphasis needed to be put, where more resources are needed, and what we need to be more prepared for. I think when March 20th came along, we were just kind of dealing with it as we went, based on that information we provide that we went through. I think that lays a solid foundation of what we need to do moving forward. So then the next 6 months, I think there's going to be a real balancing act between protection of our community and the services and programs that needed to be delivered. At this point in time, programs are on hold because we can't have any gatherings. Sporting activities are also on hold because we can't have any gatherings. So, but there's still those essential services that need to be delivered. So what we're trying to do is find out where that balancing is going to be and being able to do both and be safe at the same time. So it's going to be a chore, but all program directors, executive office, and an chief and council will be well prepared to be able to make those discussions based on what we went through already.
Right. So one more follow-up question. So you were director of health when we went through the 2013, was it 13?
9.
2009 outbreak.
H1N1.
H1N1.
Yes.
So your experience you've had from there, do you find that, you know, now you're the executive director, you know, you've got more of a, you know, overall responsibility. Has that helped?
It's helped somewhat, but when you think about the H1N1 versus this COVID-19 pandemic we're going through, H1N1, we were prepared. There was training provided. Pandemic policies were being provided to address the H1N1. The procedures were already listed as to how we go through the vaccination process of all our community members. COVID-19 came on so quickly, there was no preparation for it as to what was going to happen, how much of a detriment it was going to be to the community members' health. H1N1, to me, was more, we were more prepared for that versus this COVID-19 because it was more of a deadly virus compared to H1N1, and it came on so quick. So parts of the pandemic plan that we had, I do know prior to March 20th, there was amendments made to it from within the collaboration of the FSIN, ISK, and First Nations in Saskatchewan. Changes were made, and there was sections of that pandemic planning policy that were changed to prepare for something such as this. Some of those areas were implemented in our community. However, it was still a learning experience because there were so many things that had happened that we weren't prepared for, but we are now.
Nice. I got two more questions because I know we're going to move into departments here right away. What is the difference between being a program manager and an executive director, because you were both here in the organization?
Biggest difference, one department versus 13 departments. That was the biggest difference, as well as coming into this position as a previous health director. I knew what I expected from the executive director as them being my immediate supervisor. So coming in with that knowledge helped me be able to identify what the need is from this position, as well as all the current program directors were my past coworkers and still are. The only difference is now is the way we work together is a lot different. I'm not there to dictate them or anything like that. We work as a team. I do my job, they have their job, and we all work together to get the job done. So we all understand and know each other, and it's going really good. We have a lot of communication going, and we work as a team.
Nice. My last question is in regards to governance. Prior to 2 years ago, elected councillors had individual administration portfolios. So the executive director became almost an assistant. Then the program manager became an assistant. And so in the last 2 years, council have removed themselves from administration into nation building portfolios, which we're going to present tomorrow on. As an executive director and feedback from your program managers and staff, our program managers and staff, what's the difference? Is it more open? What are some things you can share as you're sitting in this position as executive director?
I think that the more the ability is given back to each director to be accountable for their departments, being able to make those decisions that are needed to be done at a moment's notice. And the way what I mean is that previously, before, when there was portfolio counselors, we had to work through a committee. So there was a long process. We presented to the committee, then it had to go back into the chief and council. So there was a longer approval period. By giving the authority and the ability back to the directors, things were able to be done quicker, and the policy procedures were able to be followed through on an immediate basis. So it worked better that way. In addition, the areas that the current portfolio counselors are working in, those are areas that we as technicians within our departments, we do not have the ability to work in there. So those were areas that were untapped, if you want to call it that, and we didn't have that connection to that kind of information that's needed for program directors to make appropriate decisions moving forward, like such as treaty rights, as it relates to health, as it relates to land, as it relates to housing, so we can get into those discussions with that portfolio counselor as we as directors going to them looking for support and information in that area. So the different areas that the portfolio counselors are currently working in enhance what the program directors do now, whereas previously, before, the portfolio counselors were actually working as that connection to the departments, and those other areas were not being addressed. So I see what they're doing now today more beneficial to us as program directors, bringing that information back to us. I guess one of the strong areas is that stewards of the land. There's a lot of things going on out there that we as program directors are not involved in. and luckily for us, we have a counselor that's very much involved in those areas on land protection and water protection, and whereas we don't have the monies or the means to be able to hire somebody to actually do that for us. So that's very beneficial. So there is a difference in a sense of being able to separate that information and then use it to the best that we can.
Absolutely. And just in conclusion of the executive director's presentation, one of the things that was not implemented right now is committees. And I think that's good feedback from citizens that, what role how do we get feedback? How do we know if we're doing good, if we're not doing good? And, committees played that role at one time. So, just a takeaway from, the ones listening is, what role do committees play? I think everything else is flowing. I'm so proud of yourself and what you're doing for us as our executive director. So with that, thank you very much.
I have more.
Yeah, we're going to take a 4-minute, we're going to take a little break. We're going to take breaks in between each department. So I know you're going to come back in 4 minutes and present the Department of Sports. So
I'm not done my part.
What?
I got a couple more slides.
Oh man.
I'm sorry.
I was looking, I thought we were done. I apologize here. Where were we? Is that it?
No. Or is there another one? Okay, no, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was ready to talk some more.
I know,
wanna
I
talk
could
some
tell
more.
you were teeing off
I
there.
was getting prepared
Yeah,
here.
so when
Just kidding.
so for people listening, we're gonna take a 4-minute break. So we'll be back and we're gonna get into departments for the rest of the afternoon. So I'm just gonna hit mute here and you'll see us in about 4 minutes. All right, welcome back. It's just about 5 to 1. Angie, our executive director, not Sandy. I called you Sandy earlier. I meant Angie. She's going to present in 2 departments that currently are vacant of directors. So
Yes.
I'm just going to get right into it here. And so we are on Department of Sports. So Angie, take it away.
Okay. With regards to the Department of Sports, our Director of Sports position has been vacant since February. We did have an individual contracted for a period of time to help us prepare for the FSI and Winter Games that were, Tony Cody Winter Games that were supposed to happen. However, due to COVID, everything was canceled and put off. So that contract has ended and we have decided not to fill the position because of COVID at this time. But I will go through my report and I'll elaborate a little bit more. For the Department of Sports, this is a fully funded by own source revenue. So this area does not receive funding elsewhere unless the Director of Sports makes applications to different funding areas, which is, as sometimes we are successful. Limited activities are being conducted due to COVID-19 at this time. And that's for the simple fact is that there's no gathering of 10 people or more. In addition, every other sport's been canceled up until this point. So once that is back up and running, we'll definitely get this department up and going again. Good governance, sports were governed and monitored by the executive director and the program directors, as the director of sports reported regularly to this team to obtain input and support of the supporting activities being provided. By saying that, what I'm saying is that the Department of Sports only had one employee, which was the director. We recently hired an assistant. So in order to help her with some of the decisions she needed to make and everything like that, she did bring her information to all the program directors meetings, and we assisted where needed. And if she needed an opinion, she always came to us, and we supported her or gave her a different direction or whatever type of thing. So that there was always a collaboration when it comes to what should and shouldn't happen with the Department of Sports. Change management, the Director of Sports position is currently vacant. With the onset of COVID-19 and with the inability to gather in groups of 10 or more, all sports activities are postponed until further notice. This department will be continually assessed and will be reinstated once sporting activities have been reinstated. Values and trusts. Sports promotes healthy living, healthy socializing, and promotes good team ethics and camaraderie amongst our children, youth, and adults. Strategic planning. The Department of Sports is always planning for the future to ensure proper preparedness and training for the children, youth, and adults who would potentially benefit from participating in sports. Communication. Director ensures that there's a variety of sporting activities for all ages and communicates the information by posting of information on the website, on social media pages. In addition, information is shared at the schools and at times with the athletes, their families directly. So that's Department of Sports. And once we are able to reinstate this department, we'll definitely be posting to hire a Director of Sports. We currently have an assistant in that area. However, due to COVID and no activities, they're on COVID leave at this moment. So.
Just a couple of things, Angie. Winter games, summer games, Tony Cody, winter, summer games, they're going to happen again.
Yes.
Cowessess currently is joined Beardies, so Cowessess, and we're an independent First Nation, so we're not a tribal council. We've heard many feedback, we're good with Beardies, we're not good with Beardies. We can, let's assess, maybe set 4, Southeast Treaty 4 Tribal Council. Let's do it on our own. Let's collaborate with Sagame, Kakawishdono, Chapways, and make our own.
Yeah.
I'm not really looking for a response. I just wanted the audience to know that, that is a challenge in sports is, we got 1,200 citizens under the age of 18 throughout Canada and beyond, and we definitely have the opportunity to do our own, but the cost would be $750,000
Exactly.
to run our own. And so we're constantly weighing out the factor, but sports, as you said, it builds confidence, it builds values. So definitely. So we're good athletes from Cowessess. We have a lot of championships and a lot yet that we have to still pursue. So without further ado, we'll keep going if there's nothing else in sports. Human resource.
No,
Okay.
next one.
Department of Justice.
Department of Justice. Okay, this position is also current at the moment, is also vacant at the moment, sorry. With regards to data, currently employs 4 full-time and 2 part-time peacekeepers who provide security services to the community 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So they are available 24 hours a day. They are actively working through 16 hours of the day. So the more numbers are posted, they're very reliable in the community to be able to assist when needed. Currently in the process of preparing for upcoming training for the Cowessess First Nation Volunteer Fire Department, which includes procuring new equipment to effectively attend to the different kinds of emergencies that may arise. So the Volunteer Fire Department at this point is on volunteer. So we have a few that do participate. However, our equipment's getting outdated. The training, we're losing those individuals who have the training. So working with other departments within our organization, training is going to be provided. We're going to try and come up with some funding for them, as well as potentially, hopefully, raise enough money to get a new fire truck. That's kind of one of the big goals. So to be able to attend to our own fire needs and emergency needs. Good governance, currently developing a Peacekeeper policy and procedures manual that will govern and guide the current Peacekeepers program. So that's something that hasn't been done before and is what we're going to be doing now. Then there's more of a clear guideline as to the who, what, and where when it comes to peacekeeping. Change management, the Director of Justice position is currently vacant and the necessary changes will be implemented to ensure that the current justice program continues. So next one. Values and trust. As it relates to the peacekeepers, we value the safety of our community citizens. The Peacekeepers program will be working towards enhancing their program by adding a new animal control program. This has been in collaboration with citizens from within our community. I think it became very apparent in past band meetings that the Peacekeeper program is very beneficial to our community, and they do look after our community buildings, assist those when they're in need of assistance. If RCMP are called, they go and assist RCMP if needed. Medical emergencies, they attend there as well and assist where needed. One thing to note is that they are not the police, they are assistants, they're community security, they are the peacekeepers, and a lot of times they're our go-to because of the time delay it takes for the RCMP or the ambulance to arrive. So they are the in-between assistance, which is, at times very beneficial and very much appreciated at most times. Strategic planning, the Justice Department will be going through a strategic planning process once programming can be reestablished after COVID-19 period has ended. Justice works closely with the Health and Social Development Department in meeting the training needs of the individuals to attend to emergencies that may arise in the community. This also includes the Community Preparation Center, who is currently looking into volunteer firefighters training. For communication, the director works closely with all program directors in addressing the needs of the community. In addition, the Director of Justice is also available to deal with those who are dealing with court issues, who are on probation, and who are in the need of fine option. So it is hoped once the position is filled again, that these areas will be expanded on and that there'll be a greater variety of program and services being offered by the Justice Department.
I just wanted to emphasize, Angie, on the important role peacekeepers are playing during COVID-19. Can you share a little bit just in regards to the lead role they have taken?
Yeah, most definitely. We, the peacekeeper, are currently our peacekeeper supervisors, Charlie Delorme, and he's taken on the responsibility of the hiring, the scheduling, the setup of all the monitoring station, the hiring of all the security workers. And as you noticed in my earlier in my report, we had over 50 security workers that were hired temporarily for COVID-19. So it has been quite the task to not only for him to look after the security, but also the peacekeepers program. So they work hand in hand, and with them working hand in hand, it became very effective in a means of watching our borders, of ensuring that the plans of actions that were developed by the COVID task force were being implemented, such as making sure only our community members and essential workers enter our community. So it was a huge task, and kudos to him to be able to take it on and and get it completed. Again, in those areas, lessons learned. We definitely want to make sure that we can enhance that area moving forward. Should we have to go back into the monitoring stations again during the second wave? So.
Good.
definitely.
Just a couple highlights first for justice. Our justice provides help and assistance to ones that are in the justice system,
Yes.
predominantly on the reserve due to funding. It's not that we
Yes.
choose it like that, but it's due to funding. Restorative justice is a favorite word of mine lately. I just wanted to share that, people watching that, want to help enhance, have ideas. We all inherited a history, from the Indian Act, from residential school legacy, 60s scoop. And some families, do need assistance in addressing intergenerational trauma. And Department of Justice plays a key role in there that if someone is, has, has broken the law,
Mhm.
the Justice Department on the reserve will help them with, restorative justice. I just wanted to share
Yes.
that we as a community and as a First Nation have to understand what that really means. So we have a lot of learning to do in that part. And lastly, under justice with the peacekeepers, absolutely. We in 2006 started the peacekeepers. I know other First Nations are starting to start theirs. We definitely have a hand up in regards to experience.
Yes.
We recently got a new truck, a new vehicle, thanks to our good friend up in and citizen Kevin Friesen up in Prince Albert. Got us a very nice truck, and it's an unfunded area, so
Totally.
something to be very proud of. So very good kudos to the peacekeepers. With that, if there was anything else in justice.
Nope, but that's good. I'm looking forward to learning from this Zoom presentation as to how it's going to work, and and maybe this is going to be the new way for the future for sure.
So what we'll do is we'll take another 5-minute break, and when we get back, I believe communications is next.
Yes.
And so thank you, Executive
Alrighty.
Director.
You
Keep up
betcha.
the good work. All right. Welcome back to the assembly. I just wanted one housekeeping before I officially introduce Rhoda again. So there has been some questions coming in. Thank you very much for the questions. We are trying to answer them as they come in. Definitely, if there's some good ideas or suggestions, that's what we're looking for too. So thank you very much. And thank you for the patience on some of our technical difficulties. So good afternoon, Rhoda.
Good afternoon.
So Rhoda is our communication specialist. Rhoda has her master's in media production. I like to brag about that. So Rhoda has been with us, I believe, a year and about 2 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Rhoda has an extensive history or experience in communications, and with such a broad First Nation living throughout Canada and beyond, we have to enhance our communications.
Yes.
And so Rhoda has been tasked with some pretty big goals, and she has been fulfilling many of them. One of them being our annual report last year.
Yes.
Rhoda did our annual report,
First
one, and so it's our inaugural annual report. We're going to do another one this summer. Hopefully I didn't break the news to you, but we're going to do another one this summer. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Rhoda. She's going to present a little bit about communications and maybe tell us a little bit about yourself, Rhoda,
Yeah,
as
for
well.
sure.
So, yeah.
What do you want to know?
Well, let's do the presentation
Okay,
first.
we'll
Okay,
start there.
sounds good.
Okay.
Communications. Okay, I believe that is, let me go like this. See, it says here, sorry, just a technical question. Sharing is paused. Bring your shared window to the front. So what I did is I'll stop sharing again. I'll go like this.
And then you just select which one that you want to, you select the presentation that we're going forward with. So right now it's picking up on both.
Yeah, let me do this one.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. As the chief already mentioned, I'm the communication specialist for Cowessess. And one of the things that drew me to this community and really made me excited about the job is I love to tell stories and I love to capture the voice of people, because I know how powerful that can be, especially if it's a voice that has been, marginalized or ignored for a long time. Being able to shed more light on those stories, I feel is very powerful. So that's one of the things I'm most passionate about in my role. And that's something that I endeavor to do, to continue sharing the stories of the people of Cowessess, because there are some really incredible ones. And so you'll see that reflected in some of the communications tactics that we have outlined here. So my top priorities are launching platforms, a storytelling program that will share those stories, collecting stories from our knowledge keepers and sharing them with the world, basically, because there are so many powerful, knowledgeable, educational things that can be passed down through storytelling. And so I really would love to do that. Improving the functionality of communications portals. So we have been trying to get our consistency on posting on like our Facebook page, for example, and having announcements really easy to read and accessible, and pushing out lots of information through there as well. We redesigned the Cowessess website. And so the main point of that was to make it easy to navigate, easy to find information that people are looking for, and make sure it's constantly up to date. When it comes to communications, it's constantly evolving. And so I love to hear feedback on how people are using things, especially how, trends are changing, the way people taking information is changing all the time as well. We need to keep in mind that there is a multitude, or like a vast range of capabilities when it comes to how people are able to interact with different platforms or media streams and things like that. And so basically I say all that to say, I would love to hear your feedback and your comments on how you want to hear from us and how you want to communicate. Like we set up the main portals, we have our social channels, we have our website. We started our email newsletter. So if you're subscribed, you would have been seeing messaging coming through there. But what I would really love to know is, how else do you want to hear from us? Do you have any suggestions or things of that nature? So yes, I was going to say, so that's, short, simple. I'm really here to just receive feedback from you, We're going to continue.
Okay, so I brought us back
Oh,
onto the
okay,
screen. So
yeah.
hi again. So definitely wrote a very good presentation, and everything you've done with us in the past year and couple of months, we've already seen good feedback, good growth. I'm interested to share more about collecting stories. Like I'm going to take I'll take Bunny and Sharon Adjicate in Regina, or I'll say Leona and Dennis Delorme on Cowessess. There's many elders out there. I'm not trying to just pick those two, but do you see collecting stories as a picture of them and maybe a little write-up on who they are? Is that what you mean by collecting stories?
Yes, sharing those stories. And in previous engagements, I've shared the model that I would like to go with. So I would like to have photos, like a snapshot, and then a piece of the person's story. Eventually, I would also like to compile those stories into a book that people can, be available to people that they can pick up and read. And also continuing to build on our YouTube channel, which you are watching right now, to, like mini documentaries to tell those stories, what people experience, what they've seen in their lifetimes, because there's so much to learn, and there's so much that we can take from.
So much to share.
Yes.
So absolutely. So my next comment or question, Rhoda, just to clarify with our ones listening. So you talked about our YouTube channel, you talked about our website. Let me just keep it at those two. Can you explain to people just a little bit about the benefits of going to our website, say weekly, or when we're done a video, we'll upload it to YouTube. So you just gotta search in YouTube for Cowessess. Could you explain how to find it and some benefits?
Yeah, sure. So our website is cowessessfn.com. The first thing you'll see on there is some of the quick links to programs, services that are provided that we know that people are actively, asking for. They're wanting to reach the health department, that type of thing, really quickly. So that's what you'll find. And right underneath that, you will find our post. So that's our latest news section. Everything that's going on, we put on there. So for example, when COVID came, we actually amped up our communications in that sense. Like the chief started releasing those daily updates on everything that's going on. We're meeting quite a bit throughout the day as program directors. Also, we would have those updates posted in the latest news section on our website. So basically what I'm trying to say is that everything is going to be on there to keep you up to date on what's going on. We also started using video because we know how powerful of a format that is to get lots of information across very quickly, so things don't get lost in translation. And so, yes, you'll see all of that on our on our website, and there are links to like our different platforms like YouTube on our website as well.
Awesome. Very good. And, I think, as we move forward, especially in a COVID time, technology is going to be more of a norm now. What do you find is the best platform, or maybe it's a question we can ask our ones listening. Do you find that Facebook is good? Do you find the emailing? I know you mentioned that if we collect your email address, we'll send you out emails with updates, stuff like
job
that.
postings.
Yeah, I guess maybe not what's your favorite, but which ways do you find so far, sitting as our communication specialist, as the one to get the message out?
So when it comes to just quickly reaching people right away, we want to go to where the people are, and we know people are on social media. So going to social media right away to post our messaging, our announcements, that type, is a really quick way to do that. However, when it comes to, providing more resources and where people can keep referring back to, the website is the best for that, because as you know, your feed on social media is updating constantly, and something that was there 10 minutes ago isn't going to be there now. So if you go to our website, you'll see how things have been laid out. So you do have those resources, you have those, document libraries, you have the posts that have the supporting attachments to provide more information on whatever topic that you're looking for.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So just in closing, so they can contact you.
Yes.
Let them know your email address.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm the one, if you are subscribed to our newsletter, you would have seen my name at the bottom. I'm the one who's been, filling your inbox with those newsletters. So it's Rhoda, RHODA .TWUMASI cowessessfn.com. And also, you can also send in questions or suggestions, because we're always looking for your ideas, to communications.central@Cowessess.fn. We monitor both of those in our department. So please reach out, let us know what you're thinking. If something didn't work for you, or if you have, a new idea, let us know, because that's the information we take and we use it moving forward when building our communications.
Absolutely. So we got Facebook, Instagram,
Instagram.
Twitter.
Yep.
We don't got TikTok yet.
No. Well, I've heard rumors. No,
Maybe
kidding.
in the
Nothing
future.
official.
We were on Snapchat for a while, but I think we might have to relaunch that one. Yes. So definitely thank you, Rhoda. If you want to communicate with Rhoda, you can also go on the website. I believe there's a way to contact on the website.
Yeah, we do have that contact page on the website that you can reach out to us. All of our our different not buildings, but our different departments. Yeah, they're all listed. All the contact information is there.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Rhoda.
You're welcome.
So
Thank
for
you.
people listening, we're going to take a 4 or 5 minute break. We do have another presentation. Well, we have many still. So we're going to take a 4 or 5 minute break, and we'll see you in a little bit. Okay, good afternoon. We're back on our agenda here. We're doing programs, departments, and I got with me Cowessess's one and only Barry Sparvey.
Thanks, Chief.
Barry has been an elected official in the past. He's a mushum. He has comes from a very strong sports and leadership family. So today he is director of the preparation center. And so 2 years ago, Cowessess created the preparation center on our own, and it's supposed to be a hand up to our citizens.
Yeah.
It definitely looks after the social assistance side, which is keeps everyone at that level, a safety level, that nobody falls into the poverty area. So managing poverty could be quite challenging, and mentally, emotionally, we're here to try and be a hand up to our people. But the preparation center also does training. We should always be enhancing one day at a time. So Barry has been tasked with managing and directing something that we just created. So definitely you have been doing an awesome job. And without further ado, introduce yourself, and then we'll get right into your slides.
Hi, my name is Barry Sparvey. Grew up on Cowessess, still on Cowessess. Went to school in Regina for a while. As Chief mentioned, I've been a counselor for a couple terms. I was welfare administrator here for over 14 years. It's quite an opportunity to be able to be the director of the preparation center. It's a unique situation where we have the SA people along with the training and employment of adults. We can work with certain individuals and guide them in their careers, right from getting them off SA and getting them training and finding them a career. It is a good place, and we've only been in operation, I think, probably 14, 15 months, but it's we're still learning and we're getting better at it. With this COVID-19 kind of a shutdown, it's to give us a chance to reflect on how we've been doing things and what things we can do better, for myself and talking with the staff too.
Yeah, we'll get right into the presentation.
Yeah.
There we go. Kind of got a preview already. Yeah, so let me just see here. I'm getting a little better at this. And let's see if I could. Yeah, we're good. So
Okay, with our staff, we have myself. I look a little younger with a little less hair there. And we have down to the bottom, we have Alicia Delorme, who is our administrative clerk right now. She's just a casual. We have a posting out for it. Should be doing interviews in the next month or so. In the middle there, we have Luana Redwood, who's the administrative assistant. She's been most on reserve most of her life, and she's had all different kind of clerical jobs. Last one is Stacy Van Meter. She's not from here. She's from up north, Edmonton. She came from the Yukon, I think. Currently lives with or has been living with a band member for the last 4 or 5 years.
snagged into the nation.
Snagged into the nation. Yeah, she's our intake officer. So right now, the preparation center, we currently have our office administration program through Southeast College and Sask Polytechnic. The students, after the shutdown, the students are doing their work online. I talk with, we have phone interviews with the Southeast College every week on who's doing their work, what they need help with and stuff. Community Helpers Program. We're still doing that, along, of course, with physical distancing and working with the golf course, the health department, and the other areas who need help. The Community Helpers Program is I think, a unique program that Cowessess, only Cowessess, I believe, has. So with some of our own source funding, we've We put people to work if departments need help for a day or two. If an elder needs help cutting his grass for a day or two, then we have a list of people that we call on, and we pay them minimum wage. Even if they're on welfare, we pay them with gift cards, or sometimes they want a PO to the store so they can get the cigarettes and loaf of bread or some eggs or something. Labor force development also falls under our department. I'm still working with some clients, even though with this COVID-19 pandemic, people have still gotten jobs, and I bought some boys some boots, some tools, um, protective PPEs, protective equipment. The life skills at the time to shut down, we have a 2-week life, which is I think a major part that showed me is a major part of this community center, the preparation center, because we try to prepare our clients in the life skills so that they have an easier time of finding a job, or when they do get a job, having know what they have to do within to keep the job, and what how to go to and how to do things. We are currently in a 2-week when the pandemic come down, so we still have another week to do with the 10 clients that we had in there. Driver's license program, those are our future plans. We have a lot of people that a lot of jobs that require having their class 5 driver's license, and a lot of people just need help to get them, and that's one of the things that we will be providing. Security training through labor force development. We're going to be doing security training. We have 15 seats currently secured for us through SciTag. The process is still outgoing. I had a email from them, I think on Wednesday, saying that it's finalized. We will be getting trained from a provincial service, a provincial security service. It'll all be done online. Sitting with the security head of security, Charlie Delorme, we've come up with a list, and we further have to cut down that list, looking at who's going to take it, and certain requirements that they're going to need to be able to take it. As you heard before with the Justice Department, we're going to have a firefighter training course. This is involving Emily from Health and Dean from Justice getting together, and with the training where you're able to be outside or have to be outside, it's not going to be as stringent as having to be in the classroom. So that will be able to go forward in a little bit. That's just part of our future plans. Who we work with currently, we work a lot with the Southeast College with our ABE. I've been here for 4 years, and they've been having ABE classes every year, which I think is a good thing, because I think upgrading your skills to the high school level to be able to go into other training programs is the first step in finding a career for yourself. Right now, we're looking at starting date in September. And the different options we're going to have, they haven't come up with how we're going to do it, but I do have people calling me. Some of our, I think I have 3 grade 10s from last year that passed, will probably be coming back for the grade 12s. I've had 2 people apply to me for the grade 12 program. So I just got a poster yesterday that will be advertising for AB students coming to fall, whether we're going to do it online or do it in the classroom or do a little bit half and half kind of thing. I believe we'll still be going forward in some way. I'm working with 4C Farms. We hired a summer student there, started a couple of weeks ago. At 4C Farms, it's really stringent work. It's a lot of work in a lot of different areas, and a lot of safety issues that have to be so that you know what's going on. Working with other First Nations and their departments. We have our office administration course. We have 2 students from Chapaway. We have 1 student from Sakamay. In our ABE students and the graduates that just graduated, we had 3 students from Sakame, and the year before we had one from Sakame and 3 from Ochapaway. So we do work along with the other First Nations. The other First Nations do give us opportunity to participate in their programs that they put on. If there's no interest from the members on reserve, then of course we don't go ahead with it. But we do try find some way training to get our people into. And last, with being the preparation center, being involving SA clients and trying to guide their careers and help them find jobs and find careers that they can have to provide for their families. This was established a little over a year ago, but the stats over the last year have, in the SA clients that we have been currently have been dropping because we've had people that are finding training, people that are getting jobs or wanting to get jobs. An example is we had the life skills program started in last fall, October, November, and out of those 10 students, I believe there's 10 life skills students, 9 of them have found jobs or are working someplace. So that helps me to believe that the life skills program is helping them with their past generational traumas that they do have, I guess. And in this trying time of our COVID-19 pandemic, we're doing our best to serve our community and keeping in mind that the health and the safety of our community and the people that we serve.
All right, I just want to make sure that you could see us here on the screen. I believe you can. Thank you very much, Barry. Just a couple follow-up. I just wanted to highlight on the last slide that we had here. I'm just going to go back to it for a second. You'll notice at the bottom our social assistant clients.
Yeah.
So since we started the preparation center, due to the investment and the input we're putting into SA clients, our SA clientele numbers have reduced. So the last update was 65 SA clients, which is amazing. I just wanted to share that you know, it's due to the reapproach that we're doing. Yeah, I don't know if you had any comments to that one. I just wanted to make sure I double highlighted that you know,
I just think it's the uniqueness of the preparation center where we work with one person, one family, taking them off SA, finding out we have assessments and what they do have, and try to work towards giving them more assets in areas such as like the life skills, and maybe going to training for, like we had office administration, we've had education assistance programs and those things. Even that program, I think 8 out of the 9 people that took, where they were all community members, took the education assistant program last year. They all have jobs as of before the pandemic went down. But I have to say that the preparation center is very unique in the way that it does things, and it is helping, and it is doing what it is supposed to be doing.
Absolutely. I just want to shed light on the community members helping community members.
Yeah.
I just wanted to share a 20-second story of how this came upon. ISC came to us 2 years ago and said, we asked them, how much can an SA client make before their welfare is cut off? And they did this big math equation. It was like $62 or something like that. So we told them, well, you're putting our people in a bowl and it's tough to get out of this bowl. And they're like, well, that's just the way it is. You know, that's just the way SA works. And so, you know, getting off of SA is challenging because who's going to cover your utility bills for between your first check? You know, who is going to provide you with that income, you know, before your first check? And so anyways, we told them, what if we pay them in gift cards? And the ISC staff said, we don't see nothing wrong with gift card. Hence, we created the gift card program. So anybody that is on SA or looking to, you know, for a job, can show up to work in the morning or pre-book with Barry. It's like work prep in Regina or something else. We will get them a job and we will pay them in a gift card. We're not breaching any kind of agreement. And they can choose from the Broadview Co-op to Cowessess Gas and Grocery to Walmart to Superstore.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to shed light that that is a Cowessess success story in its own means. And some people have taken in so much gift cards that one day we just told them, why don't you just get a job? Like why? And so we help them. I don't know if you had any comments to that.
Yes, I do. First, I want to say, in ending in March 31st, I think we had a total of 1,840 hours that the program paid for. We spent a little over $22,000. That's in 1 year. And off the top of my head, and I couldn't find it, how much actual people worked there.
Mhm.
And I have three examples, just three off the top of my head, who kind of the ones that I started the program out with. They went and found jobs. It got them into the mood
Nice.
of being able to work and getting out each day. And there are three guys that I know of that went to go get jobs from this program.
Absolutely. You made a comment about labor force development, and you made a comment about buying boots and that. I just wanted to clarify again, this is one of those other ones that, it's off reserve versus on reserve, or the difference of it. Labor force development dollars are only for the on reserve.
Yeah.
And so definitely it creates a gap between, well, someone off the reserve, well, I need boots to get to work too. We try figure out these ways to fund them, but I just wanted to mention that because you did mention that you do provide. It's one of those things where when you get funded from the government of Canada, it's for Cowessess, and then the province gets funded for the provincial people, which some of our citizens living off the reserve, that's where their funding goes. Really quickly, I just wanted to bring up CERP, and I know we're in a time of COVID and the Canada Emergency Response Plan and CERP, anybody can sign up for it, but unfortunately, the people who don't have other income, the double dipping or however it's going to come back to you. And SA clients are in that category. SA clients get their utilities covered. They get their little supplement. It's not much, but I mean it's something. And if they sign up for CERP, you have to be the police and your staff, and it's really tough. But unfortunately, we have to make sure, because every time we give out money in SA that's not supposed to be there, we pay it back.
Yeah.
And over the last 4 years, out of our own First Nation trust, our own source dollars, we have paid back on average from 120,000 to 70,000.
Yeah.
So sometimes when you're asking our SA clients, we need these receipts, we need these accounts, it's not like you're trying to get personal with them, but you just want to make sure that we don't have to pay out of our own source dollars and the SA clients ask. So I just wanted to mention that. I don't know if you didn't have a comment or not, but I just wanted to mention that.
It's all part of the application process where in order to get the SA on the reserve on Cowessess, you need to fill out the application. You have to have your bank statement. You have to have a lease that's where you live at. There's about 10, 11 different things that we need on the file before we can go ahead and give you an SA check. And our worker is pretty good at doing that, and we do work with the housing quite close for the leases and stuff, and know who's living where and where, if we can get a lease for them. But it's not that we have anything against anybody. It's just we're doing our jobs, and it's all part of the application process that we have to do for an application. As the chief said, if ISC, and it has happened where ISC has come and audited our files and found incomplete files, and all the money that we give that person with an incomplete file, we never got back. So in that case, then Cowessess pays it from their own source revenue.
Absolutely. My last comment / question, Barry, is we have a pre-employment supports agreement with ISC. It's kind of it's a first-time trial. We were so successful at it that they extended our agreement, so we get funding for this. We've had Kobe Tatusis come in the past. He does like kind of universal indigenous ideology, sitting down with SA clients And sometimes you almost feel like you got to force some SA clients to get to these programs, like a Kobe Tatusis engagement. And Kobe works with the mind, he works with the intergenerational trauma, and there's others out there. And we even have some on the First Nation that can provide this service. But some of the feedback you have told me is it's really tough for you to get some of our citizens slash community members to these programs. But after spending 4 or 5 days, they come out thanking you. Is that's how you said it?
Yes, it's Colby is totally awesome. He's the, I call him the life skills coach, but it's a culturally based program for 2 weeks. And like I said, I think the first 10 people he had, I think 9 of them had jobs or went to training after that. And we were just in the middle of his second session that he came, that he couldn't come back actually because of the COVID. But it's and that's leads me to believe that one of the very first steps in helping our people look for careers, look for jobs, or get out of that mode of or get into the inspiration of why they should have a job or why they should have a career. And Colby's good at that. We're certainly going to be having him back. I was actually setting him up to come every 3 months and to get a lot of other people trained in it. But I think that's the uniqueness and one of the great things of this pre-employment program that we have, because we amalgamated the essay and the training together, and where we work with the client all along. We don't have them on essay and then push it to another department. We're all one department, where I think it makes it much more better, and it's easier to get someone on the right track.
Absolutely. And I'd be remiss to not mention Kelly Fremont and the ABE and Southeast College. Kelly does adult basic education. She's from Cowessess. She's a COCUM, great COCUM. No, not a great, just a COCUM. And she is just an advocate for her ABE, and I know that falls under your program.
She is awesome. We got her here. This is her second year teaching there. 2 years ago, we changed from just grade 12s with Southeast College. They changed it from grade 10s and grade 12s, so she had a split class. But she's such a great instructor. She'll go to the student's house and go pick them up if they need a ride. She go feed them if they need to be fed. But she's really a caring instructor, and she makes sure. There's a couple of guys who started in grade 10 last year, graduated in grade 12 this year, that I didn't think we're going to have a very hard time, and Kelly pushed them through it. Kelly is so awesome to be here, and we're lucky that she lives right on our nation and that she is a member of our nation.
I got a question here, and this is the first time. I'm just going to read it, so I apologize if I'm going to read it wrong. It's I believe it's in regards to SERP. So let me know if it's something you have to take away and maybe just respond in a letter after. But it says, so if an SA client collects SERP and is on disability, collects it and is on disability, they are just going to be left in the dark. No power, no food, no energy. What if there's children involved? Just leave them hanging, ? And then it says, why not just take a portion off of the SA checks if something needs to be paid back? I mean, they end up paying it back from their GST or their family allowance. I read it word for word. I don't know if you caught the question in there, or if that program is so tightly administered that there are restrictions.
With the SERB coming down and ISC giving us instructions or us asking them questions, it's a double whammy for people that are on SA, because they do under policy of the SA policy of ISC, it's counted as unearned income. And as unearned income, we have to collect back every cent that they got from SERB. And then they get a double whammy because they get it collected back from their GST, child tax, or whatever else, income tax like that. We haven't run into it yet. This would be our first month, and we heard people, but we have to prove it. We asked for people for bank statements, and that's really about the only way that we can do it. People have told us, and they went off on their own, went off SA on their own. But it's something that probably I think we have to work along with. It's not saying we can't take it off bit by bit, but as ISC policy and the preparation center and intake worker work under their policies, we really can't skew them or make them flexible as we can, because ISC sees them as policy, and they're going to come back and not give us that money if we don't follow the policy, I guess.
Yeah. So definitely thank you. And I believe that question was from Amber. Thank you very much. Out of the office, you do your part, you make sure that we don't have to use from First Nations trust dollars, areas where, we got to just try stay within the goalpost of what we're funded from ISC. But at the same time, we got to have an understanding of, we don't know what's going on in their life at the moment. At the same time, the SA client or someone who is working out of with the office for resources should be meeting us halfway as well. So the relationship should be there. And I'm assuming that's kind of a challenge, but I think the way you approach it is definitely in the means of that personal connection.
The majority of our clients, I think we do have a good relationship with them, and it comes down to being, I guess, being honest and coming up with a solution on how we can help. We're not there to put them down. We're there to help them, and that's what we want to do. And if we're not being told the truth, then we don't know how we can help them.
Yeah, so good. Well, thank you, Barry. I just want to thank you and your staff. Preparation Center is a passion for myself, from my role here. We're a hand up. We all inherited a history that we can't hand off to another generation, and I like to stand by the motivation that our children must wake up and watch the parents get ready for work. Yes. Because that's how we're going to overcome our challenges, and the Preparation Center is doing your part. So thank you.
Thank you.
So good. We're going to take a 5-minute. Next presenter is Sandy from Director of Education. She's not in the building, so please work with us in regards to our technology. I'm going to try and Zoom her in, so give us about 5 minutes. Hi, Sandy.
I'm so excited this is working.
Sandy, I just told everybody, and they can see you and I, so definitely tell me your secrets through text. That I told them we'll start in about 4 minutes. So yeah, but everybody could see you. And I'm going to step away from the camera for about 2 minutes here. So you're
Okay.
next. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Hi, Sandy.
Hello.
Sandy, I just told everybody and they could see you and I, so definitely tell me your that I told them to start. Yeah, but everybody could see you. I'm going to step away from the camera. So you're next.
Okay. Thank you. Hello.
So Sandy, I'm just gonna. Everybody could see you just as much as they could probably. No, they don't think they could see me.
They can see Sandy.
Oh, so everybody sees you. So, and they can hear me talking to you. So let's start and say 4 minutes.
Okay. I'm going to step out for a minute.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, Sandy. Oh, you're putting in your headphones. All right, Sandy, we are live. Thank you very much for participating. Sandy, for everybody watching, is our Director of Education. Couple highlights of Sandy is from Pepikassis First Nation. Definitely grew up around Cowessess, has relations in Zagame as well as worked in Broadview School before in the past. Just want to let everybody know Sandy's thesis in her master's, and I know Sandy, I always like to brag about this. Sandy did her thesis on what the Chiefs interpreted education at the signing of Treaty 4, at the agreement of Treaty 4. So Sandy has been with us, I believe this is year 3, correct me if I'm wrong. And one housekeeping just before we get into Department of Education, which is our biggest department. We're really enjoying the questions. I got some questions here. Particularly one I'll just is from Gay Sparvier. I will be addressing these questions tomorrow. These ones are not really per se as to programs. They're definitely good questions. So when we do governance tomorrow, I will definitely be addressing these questions. So thank you very much for the feedback. With that, without further ado, Sandy Panay-Schindler, Sandy as we call you. Thank you, Sandy. If you want to share your screen with your presentation, or you want me to.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chief. I had to step out of YouTube because I was getting a double echo. So I'm not sure how that's, so you'll have
Nope.
to
I will share
your
it from
screen.
my end, and then you're just going to have to give me the voice to go to the next slide.
Okay, sounds good. There we go. Can you still hear me?
Yes. Do you see it as a full screen?
I do. Yeah,
Okay, sounds
I do.
good.
Yeah, so that's good. So I'll just say good afternoon to everyone. I'm glad that I show up on the screen. I was a little bit worried because I was listening to YouTube and listening to or on the Zoom call, and then I was getting a double echo back. So I just had to close out of the other screen. Thank you, Chief Cadmus, for that introduction. I'm currently in Regina right now, just working and supporting Cowessess from home. As Cadmus mentioned, I do have a lot of experience that I bring to Cowessess. This year marks 30 years in education for me. I know you're thinking, how can she have started when she was 12 years old? Just kidding. So I just want to say tanse, and I want to thank Councillor Denise for the prayer. Sandy Panay-Schindler, Nitsikasun, Pepikassis First Nation, Ochinia. But I do have ties to Shiship, and I did work in Broadview for many years, so I do know a lot of the good citizens of Cowessess, and it's truly an honor to serve this community. It's a wonderful community full of dedicated people who support youth. So our education department, well, 3 years ago when I started, I was seconded from Prairie Valley School Division. I have experience as a principal and coordinator, and I was just very excited to come to Cowessess because of the challenge. It is a large department, so I'm in charge of not only CCEC, and on the screen you can see all of the lovely staff members who form part of Cowessess Community Education Center. In the corner you can see Principal Natasha on your bottom right, and myself. We were at the Treaty 4 parade. This was the second year that we've participated in the Treaty 4 parade, and the second year when we won something. I know I'm super competitive sometimes, and we won for the second year in a row for our float, and we were celebrating language keepers, and that was the theme of the parade. And you can see there are educational assistants. I'm not going to go through all of the people on here, if that's okay. I just want you to recognize that we do have a very large staff of over 50. Not only CCEC, but we have Cowessess Daycare. We've got Head Start, post-secondary, and the bus drivers who all are who report to the education office. So when I'm in Cowessess, and I'm usually there 3 to 4 times a week, I work out of the education office, and I share the building with Barry, and he's slowly been taking over the building, but I like to tease him about that. But it's good to have another department working with us. So lots of things happening. It's a busy place at the education office. I think we can go to the next slide, Chief. I'm juggling a few things on my desk here. So I did include quite a bit of information here simply because, and I gave Angie and Rhoda permission to kind of cull this down, but they did include everything here. So as I said, we do have a lot of students enrolled in CCEC. I didn't include the Head Start in here, so we have well over 200 students. And supported by a dedicated staff. Currently we have 105 post-secondary students, full and part-time. So that program is directed by Ashley Delorme, who's our post-secondary education coordinator. This year we have a large group of graduates, 40 post-secondary graduates. So that is kudos to Cowessess. And we just recently updated the policy for post-secondary. And so this is really, the number of graduates is increasing, and it's really just a testament to the excellent citizens out there who are committed to education. Cowessess Daycare for many years struggled with filling up the spaces. We increased our infant spaces to 6 this past year. We did get an increase in budget from FSIN and through health, and I'm missing an organization there, SciTag. And so we've actually doubled our budget for the daycare, which is awesome because that money will support personnel, but it will also support renovations. And we were full actually prior to shutdown. We have 23 children, and we're just working on a plan right now to reopen. And we're just getting some direction from FSIN on what that looks like. And we're working with Angie and Emily Watson, our Director of Health, on how to do that as safely as possible. Those little people are precious gifts, and we want to make sure that things are safe for them. I did provide a budget breakdown. These numbers, we just got another agreement through the email there. We've really had a lot of change in terms of our budget. When I arrived in Cowessess, we were receiving second level services like consultants, literacy support, attendance, computers from a different organization, and we Cowessess Chief and Council gave the direction to change their second level services because they weren't up to par. So we actually access a few services from FHQTC. We're not part of the Tribal Council. We are Cowessess is independent, so we receive all of our second level services dollars directly, which is perfect because then we get to decide on what services will be provided to our teachers, our students, all of that. So that's that's an exciting thing for us. Head Start, as I mentioned, they also increased their budget this year, so that was really good because there were some needed renovations, so we renovated. Daycare, as I mentioned before, we were able to add a staff member, and we've been able to fix up the building. It's a former residence, so it's got 2 levels. So we've been updating it so that it meets the requirements of the daycare inspections. As I mentioned, post-secondary support program and busing. Busing is regulated out of the education office. So we have 4 amazing bus drivers. We provided some bus driver training last year, and one of our full-time bus drivers took that training, and we kind of just threw him into the fire last September. We were like, okay, you got a route, we got to go, and he was great. His training was very helpful. So that the bus drivers are regulated out of the education office, and so we've kind of brought our services at a very high level in terms of safety and inspections. That is that's the goal, is to just increase our service and capacity. I included this because I think it's important for the community to know that for the last 2 years, we've been reawakening our languages. We were successful in receiving a $50,000 grant from SICC. And we started with a core group of learners. Some of the ideas shared, and the chief suggested that, why don't we start with older people who may have heard the language growing up? And that was what the intent of the language program is, to reawaken. So that core group of learners are an amazing group to work with. They helped us with our first annual language camp last July. And it was just a really beautiful 2-day event. We had over 120 participants, and with the help of Cowessess Health, we were able to deliver a wonderful language camp. And we were led by the late Darren Okamason, who was our teacher for the last 2 years. So this year, we received $175,000 from the National Indian Brotherhood. That is a 1 in 10 year chance. We have to, and of course, a 1 in 100 year event has happened. So they are asking us to still meet the deadlines of the funding. So I have kind of reworked the plans. So it's exciting. We're going to have Cree and Soto offered via Zoom. So I'm hopeful that we can get emails collected, and any citizen who's interested can join the Cree and Soto beginner lessons via Zoom. We're still going to continue the community lessons with our core group of learners. We are also offering Cree classes in the fall, either face-to-face or via Zoom, through Darian Adjukute, who is a Cowessess member, and he's majored in Cree language literacy. So he's agreed to do that twice a week for our young folks. And so just 2 other things there to note. Obviously, change management this year included, like we had to shut down CCEC, the daycare, everything as of March 20th. And then we had about a week to kind of regroup and think about what education would look like, and keep that connection with our students, because our students are very committed to school. We know that from the student surveys that they take called Our School. They are very connected to our school, so, and the teachers and staff. So we had to keep that connection. So I'm getting ahead of myself here, but I just want to provide a little bit of background. We did apply for money so that we had some laptops and Chromebooks delivered to 54 homes and students. We're working on a plan for iPads to K-8 and, K-6 and 7-8. We have Chromebooks, working on a plan for them to get Chromebooks as well, so that everybody stays connected. We also, so we received some money for Chromebooks. We received some money for Breakfast for Learning. We provide a hot lunch and breakfast program every day at CCEC, and to continue that support and to provide more food, support for families, we did receive another grant. We can go to the next slide. See, this is it's a big department.
Sounds good, Sandy.
So we've also, we've included some photos, obviously, of CCEC. I sent Rhoda like tons of photos. She probably sees my emails and goes, oh no, not another picture. I take a lot of photos, and you can see our graduates on the left side, our EAs who went through SIIT. Most of them were hired right away in the fall, actually almost all of them. On the lower right, I took that at one of our annual general meetings. Fran and Jody, they were kind of, there's a little bit of a competition when we have booths, and I was bugging them because I was like, they actually, they went all out. And so there's a little bit of a underlying competition amongst directors and departments about who can have the best display. And then of course we see our beautiful school there, CCEC. I'm just looking at what's it. Okay, so the next slide, I'm just going to put on my. Okay, all right. So I just want to make a few comments about data and governance. We are moving towards collection of data, and we have a lot of great data from CCEC. Data shows us evidence of how we're doing. And I just recently shared this with a group of First Nation directors this week. I said, if we can provide evidence, you can take that to the bank. And that is true, because the only reason why we got $22,000 from an organization was I was able to show them that our students have a strong connection to CCEC. And it's like, I think it was like, I can't even remember what the percentage. And I said to them, our students need to have that connection. And this is, this is how we're going to do it. And they gave us some money. So it's important for us to see evidence of how we are doing. I just want to mention governance, good governance. We've had a lot of community engagement sessions. I think there were 6 last March, 1 in June, and 1 in September. And that was all related to education. And I do have a great document that I just have to proof. It's sitting right here on my desk. And I'd like to post that so that you can see some of the themes that emerged from those engagement sessions. We asked them about programming. We asked them about governance. We asked a lot, 12, I think 16 questions, and we received an amazing amount of feedback from those sessions. And so what we've done with that information is we've incorporated into the strategic plan that was developed by Chief and Council, and created a document that is kind of combining those two so that we're all swimming in the right direction. And so that is the governance process. We also received money from ISC for 2 consultants. When I was first hired, I was asked to write an education act in 1 year. And I was so busy untangling cords that I did not have time to write an education report in 1 year. So I did manage to get Susan Bowden. She's a Cowessess member and has worked for the Office of the Treaty Commissioner for many years. I've worked with her since the year 2000. She is writing working on our policies, and she's helping me with the Education Act. And we're using all of this information that we garnered from the community. And so right now we've been meeting as a policy, we have a policy focus group, and we meet via Zoom every 2 weeks, and we go through the drafts. Those drafts will then go to the nation building committee to vet, and then we'll have updated CCEC policy. It's over 18 years old, the last policy. So obviously things have changed a little bit. The exciting part of this is we are indigenizing and decolonizing the process. So we want to base our teachings on the teachings of our people for thousands of years, and just actualizing those values, looking at student support in a different lens and not the Western lens, moving away from punitive things to how do you support our young people. We are all managing healing processes, and so we need to be able to support young people in a good way and incorporate elders. So there's lots of exciting things happening. Too much for me. I'd be talking for another hour if I told you all the exciting things going on, but there is a lot of things changing and being updated, and it's very exciting. I just want to touch on change management. We're living change management right now. Like we have been, the teachers have been creating online platforms for their students and connecting to them. So luckily, we were able to update all of our IT equipment at CCEC last spring, and we finally got everything sort of finished by the fall. So all the teachers had a laptop, everybody had access to Microsoft Teams, we had smart boards. So that kind of saved us, because prior to that, not all the teachers had laptops. We didn't have working smart boards in some of the classrooms. So all of that has been fixed. And all of the students, we have a ratio of I think it's 1 device for every 3 students. So that means that 3 CCEC students, we have access to a lot of devices. And that is going to increase because we are planning to get a device in every student's hands, and hopefully get Wi-Fi. Like most of the homes have Wi-Fi, so, but there are some that don't. So that's the change management we're managing right now, is we're working with how do we do that. And if you were a teacher, if the teachers were, well, gone are the days of just dispensing. We need to move to an online platform. Like it's not ideal. So we're looking at a number of options for the fall. We don't know yet if we'll be face-to-face, if it's even possible to be face-to-face. Maybe we'll be looking at one day of school, one day of half the class, the next day. Like we've looked at a number of options. Maybe it's online for a little while until it's safe to be back together. So that's why I'm thankful for the COVID-19 emergency team, because those are the questions and the problem solving that we talk about. And I appreciate that support. I want to say, no, there we go. Values and trust. So we've also been working towards relying on each other and capacity building within our departments. So I think it's more of a flatter way. I like to call it flatter versus a hierarchy. You know, if we all know the reasons why we have to make a decision, if we all share the budget, then we can make better decisions together. Strategic planning. Our other education consultant that we have from Cowessess, Florence Watson, she has a lot of experience in strategic planning. She was I can't remember what her title was. She was in the Northern University in Alberta. Anyway, she was student supports, I think. And she's helping us pull together all of our data into one document. And then we're going to work on a strategic plan for the entire education department, including CCEC, daycare, Head Start. That will include literacy, math, school success plans. So we're pulling it together in a nice bundle for a 3 to 5 strategic year plan. So that's what's happening there. And in tangent with that is the cultural rejuvenation piece. So land-based learning, language in the school, pulling that all together. So, and as far as communication, like I said, we've really tried to encourage a lot of capacity and sharing and working together, and sharing of resources. So that we're working towards that. It's kind of previous to this, you know, we were kind of just protecting our own little budgets, but now we're kind of seeing how we can benefit each other through working and supporting through resources and personnel. I think that is it. That was a lot of talking. I think it was longer than 20 minutes.
You did awesome. I just want to make sure that I'm on the right screen here. So I believe that everybody could just see us again. So thank you very much. I have a question from Sam. She asked, you mentioned earlier that teachers are going to potentially return back to the school. Would that also include the education assistants?
Yeah, that's another stage. And I appreciate the question. Thank you. Many of our educational assistants are tied to 1 or 2 students. That's how the funding model looks like through our high cost program. Is we have designated students, and then there are dollars attached to those, and people are like obviously educational assistants to help the students meet their educational goals. So that's an area that we haven't talked about too closely at this time. I work closely with Principal Natasha. We'll have a discussion about that next. We just finally got a schedule in together for the teachers, keeping in mind that we can't be more than 10 people, and so that is in the works. So that's working on it.
I think it's a given, Sandy, to mention that the students will not be returning to the school until the fall. Is that correct?
Yes, sorry, and I should have been clearer on that. Yeah, the decision was made collectively just because of the because of the uncertainty of COVID and the potential of a second wave. We were not returning to school until the fall.
And mentioning that's for the safety and to minimize the risk. But teachers have been actively involved still to this day, keeping the mind and development stages active with our students at CCEC.
Yes, well, yes, teachers. What we did as a CCEC staff was we went through, what our beliefs were in terms of learning opportunities and connection, and so we constructed ourselves a little plan, so to speak, of how we would communicate with our students, what kind of learning opportunities. We encouraged the teachers to think outside the box, meet learning outcomes. How could we meet that at home? Like maybe it's a nature walk. Maybe it's a math lesson that can happen outside with natural materials. Just to think outside of, because we obviously don't, some homes may not have all the, a textbook at home or whatever, but let's think outside the box and how else can we meet those outcomes at home?
Absolutely. I got a grade 7 living at my house. He was measuring the rooms one day. I think it must have been geometry or something. So he said he was doing it for school. That was very nice to see. I just wanted to mention our funding for our teachers, and there's always this myth, and it's a reality. It's not a myth, a reality that education is underfunded in First Nation communities. With your leadership and with others, we have sat at many tables, but is it fair to say that our funding is equivalent, if not better? Are we there yet as education on Cowessess?
That's a really great question, and I will answer that with kind of. And what I mean by that is, yes, the funding changes, the funding levels increased overall for First Nation schools last year. The levels went to the same level as their neighboring school division or the provincial school formula. So that was good. That was good. And we weren't going to, get upset about that because the funding levels were lower prior to that. However, we know that our schools are a little bit different and some of our needs can't be met through a provincial school formula. And so I'm working with a group right now of FSIN First Nation directors, and we're looking at a treaty inherent funding model that addresses culture, language. We're looking at upwards of $22,000 a student. Nice. Yeah. So, very and good. Currently right now we're at about $11,000. So in order to provide holistic language and rejuvenate our ways and our community values, we need to have supports to do that.
Absolutely. Cultural rejuvenation can't go without our language and even our history, Cowessess history. My final question, Sandy, is post-secondary. Post-secondary funding, we fund on average 95 students per year for post-secondary. It's their treaty right. But unfortunately, due to funding, our applications exceed what we can do. We probably, on average, have to deny about 20 people per year, which is, devastating on both sides because we want people to pursue. We have a post-secondary policy that runs fairness on it. So it's not choosing on cousins or relations. It's chosen on categories, and our post-secondary policy is available. It's not really a question, Sandy. I just wanted to share that there's some tough decisions that sometimes have to be made, but definitely education is going to lift us to levels we know we're capable of. So with that, Sandy, I don't know if you had any final comments.
No, I'm glad you mentioned the post-secondary piece. We did receive some additional monies. I've got to sort that through. It's like a never-ending. There's always lots to do. Just wanted to add too that our teachers meet regularly every week and collaborate to support students. Yeah, it's just a happening department all the time. Sometimes it's hard to keep up, but I'll do my best. It's
Uh,
a wonderful community to work for.
well, you have a huge department with people, but we're in good hands, and keep advocating, and just keep doing work. We are growing, and I could really see it in our youth that they are very happy with the education we're providing. So thank you, Sandy. Keep up
you.
the good work. And for everybody else, I'm gonna hit mute for about 4 minutes, and I believe our infrastructure and facilities is up next. So Sandy, you could log off unless you want us to stare at you for the remainder of
No,
the afternoon. So
it's all
thank you,
good. Thank
Sandy.
you.
I better take off my hat.
So,
Look like something.
you know that little thing that we wrote up for the meeting, does that get read or?
I'm going to show the PowerPoint. So hopefully what you wrote up, put on the PowerPoint.
Okay.
Okay, let's just
Yeah.
prepare. So we're off mute. So definitely welcome back. I just wanted one housekeeping matter before we get into facilities and infrastructure department. Good questions coming in. Some feel that they might not be getting their questions through. This is our first time doing this, so please work with us. We are trying to address. So some questions I'm getting printed off, and when it falls into that department, we'll be addressing it. So thank you very much. Right now, we're going to do Department of Facilities and Infrastructure. This is one of our newest departments that we created in the last 6 months. It entails all of our public works as well as all of our community buildings. To my right, I got Acting Director Ira Sagan. He's a hands-on manager. This is the way you're dressed. I like that, ready to work. And Public Building Supervisor, Grady LaRosse. So welcome very much. I'm going to get right into the PowerPoint. I don't think there's no need for introduction. I think you're both kind of legends around here already. So let me get to where is infrastructure. So they can pretty much just see the PowerPoint. So if you just want to, I'll bring it forward here just because they don't need to see us right now. But yeah, there you go.
Okay, so they can see that, so I don't need to read it, or?
You usually just read it,
Okay.
and then they'll hear your voice. And yeah, just because you don't want to miss the message. This is the message you sent in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Okay. I think I'm ready.
Okay, yeah, just start.
Okay. Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to present to you, the members, this afternoon. I'm the Acting Director of the Facilities and Infrastructure Department, a newly created department, used to be the O&M department. We have 3 areas of responsibility. Roads is one of them. We take care of 167 kilometers of roads on the First Nation. Another area is community buildings, of which there are 10 community buildings in the community, and Grady LaRosse is the supervisor of our community buildings. I am the supervisor of the water treatment plant, and we have cisterns and septic tanks on our First Nation, 34 septic tanks and 31 cisterns that we empty out and fill with water from our water treatment plant. Our department, the Facility and Infrastructure Department, has a staff of 10 full-time employees that try to maintain these areas as best they could. There's also a group of janitors that work in the community buildings and keep them sanitized and clean for the community. The department is is accountable to the executive director. We take direction from her, and I provide bi-weekly reports to her, and that's Angie Tanner, and she who in turn updates Chief and Council on our activities. Our department also has implemented changes to address funding shortages. Like, we don't all get funded, in my view, like we should. We don't get full funding from ISC. So we implement user fees for things like equipment usage. Some of the services are user pay, and rental rates for some of our equipment when members need them or want to rent them. We have rates for them also. And I believe that these changes add to our overall budget, making us more efficient and accountable to our members. We also, the department uses meetings and committees and program managers to help plan, coordinate, initiate projects. Things such as the automated garbage collection for our subdivision, which is something new. We do the automated recycling at this time in our subdivisions, and we wanted to add the garbage collection onto that so that our garbage leaves the community, and it's better for the environment. We have a Capitals Road project right now in the works. We haven't got word back on whether it's been approved, but it's for recapping our roads. They haven't been done in quite a few years. I'm probably going to say over a decade that they haven't been recapped. We've been graveling them and trying to maintain them as best we can with our roads crew though. Another capital project that's in the works is low pressure for all our homes on Cowessess. This will help us, I think, health-wise for the ones who have bad wells on the First Nation and no way to get clean, healthy water. So this low pressure thing is I guess, been a dream of mine for a long time. And I hope that that project gets the go-ahead and we can hook everybody up to the water treatment plant. The communication department, in communications, department keeps the lines of communication open through staff meetings, emails, and reports that we do. As the acting director of the Facilities Infrastructure Department, I meet with the supervisors in the two departments daily to provide updates and information on various projects as they occur.
Awesome. Did I? No, I think that's it. Let me get us back onto full screen here, get us into the view of everybody. Good. I just have a few questions, and I'm not going to corner anybody. I just want to make sure I'm sharing the right screen here. I believe everybody could see us. Oh, where did we go? Hang on here. There we are. Grady, I'm going to bring you to the conversation here. Supervisor of community buildings. We're in COVID-19 right now. And what practices can we share with our viewers, our citizens, our community members on making sure our public buildings are safe in a time of, maintaining, distance from each other and trying to not touch things?
Yep, definitely. The biggest thing is the spread of the COVID virus. So I think there's precautions that we need to ensure that our staff, as well as the individuals that are visiting our community, are safe. So we have stations, sanitization stations that we have in the community buildings. Also, we try to encourage all visitors and staff members that are going to be involved with one another that they wear masks. We're trying to social distance ourselves as much as we can here within the chief's offices, but it's the most important thing that we could all do for one another is to social distance as well as ensure that the virus doesn't spread. And we've been very, very fortunate here in Cowessess that we've had our security stations at entry into the reserve to ensure that our community is safe. So I think in the next little while, we'll probably learn to engage in the hand sanitization and hand washing and all those good things that we need to encourage not only ourselves, but the ones that are around us and the ones we love, especially the little ones that are coming and playing with one another in our community here. So.
Absolutely. One more question in regards to public buildings. So identifying the public buildings, we got the band office, the public works building across the road, the maintenance shed just on the other side of the band office, the Chief Henry S. DeLorme Mall, the Old Hall, the Preparation Center, the daycare, the CCEC. Am I missing something?
New Girls Home.
Oh, the Sacred Wolf Lodge.
Sacred Wolf Lodge,
Yes.
as well as there are other buildings within the community that aren't listed, sheds that we store material in and those types of things. So there's a lot of different conditions, I guess, if you might as well say that, even though that we're challenged financially to ensure that our community is looking after those buildings, sometimes things get missed, and we're trying to catch up with that and try to get them in good working order and so that they'll last a lot longer.
Absolutely. And your position is a new position. So, sometimes the Chief Henry S. DeLorme Mall was kind of just a standstill before, like who actually looks after the building. Now that we have the supervisor of public buildings, we got someone that is going to, keep it maintained. The building, I believe, is 26 years old, give or take. We still have about a good 15, 20 years with it. So I just wanted to mention that.
Yep, definitely. And the big thing with that is everything breaks down over time. Our mall is no different. I mean, in the years that it's been available to the community and those visitors that are coming in here, things break down. And sometimes, like I said, we've had challenges in the past to ensure that we've got repairs done in an effective manner. But when someone, I guess the way the system was before is that if something broke down, we'd fix it. Today, we're trying to be proactive and looking at the facilities, doing a physical engagement of what needs to be done, what needs to be fixed. And I'm very pleased that the chief and council had allocated extra dollars to fine tune, I guess, some of the repairs and things that we need to do. So, I mean, it's not, we don't have all that we need, but again, we have to share as a community to ensure that all aspects of the daily lives of our community is looked after. So, but I know that the chief and council are doing their best to find those dollars and resources to get us happening. So
absolutely. No, thank you. I'm going to move over to the water treatment plant, and I just wanted to mention that Ira, you're acting a director. You know, you're supervisor of water treatment plant, and when our director, exited the family, you stepped up. So thank you very much for filling those shoes. We have went from chemical based at the water treatment plant to explain really quickly at why we have the best water in Saskatchewan today.
Okay, our water filtration process right now is from the well straight to the RO unit. We're going through a major upgrade right now, phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 is complete now, and that included new distribution pumps, cleaning of the reservoirs, some programming, and things like that for phase 1. That's complete. Phase 2 is going to bring us into a whole different filtration system. There'll be some pre-filtration. It's a biofiltration system. So you'll have bio tanks that the raw water will go into, the raw well water will go into first. The iron and manganese will be removed at that stage. The water is aerated and it goes into the RO unit, which polishes it up and cleans it a lot better. So we have a better quality of water coming out of it. We'll be able to get rid of one of the chemicals. Right now, there's 3 that we have to add into the water through Health Canada's guidelines. But with biofiltration, we have the ability to drop one of those chemicals. So we will only have chlorine and anti-scalin for the RO unit. They're the only 2 chemicals that will be left forced to put in, I guess.
Absolutely. I'm a huge water drinker, and ever since we got this new filtration system, I do really stand by, and I'm not just saying because I'm a chief, but because I'm proud of our water, and we do have the best water. Plus, it makes us look younger too. Yeah. So it's a good. I got two last questions. The one is about garbage pickup. Right now on Cowessess, we got a bear situation. We are living in the bears environment. And garbage has been their main source to go to, including my house. I cleaned up my garbage twice now, and realized I just got to take my garbage to the garbage pit just to assure. So, is there any advice you could give to our 237 homes in regards to what they can do at home in their part to assure minimize that risk of bears coming into their garbage?
Okay, yeah, unfortunately, we come across this each spring before the berries come out. The bears, of course, are out foraging for food, and garbage is an easy area for them to get to when your garbage bin is left there and there's a couple bags of garbage. So what we've implemented is a more consistent, I guess, garbage pickup. So we send the garbage guy out 2 times a week as opposed to 1 at this time of the year. To try and limit the amount that's sitting in your bin and the length of time it's sitting in your bin. But it's an ongoing concern for us because not only do they eat the garbage, they sometimes destroy the garbage bin. So that's an added cost to the First Nation. So that was one of the only things we can do. But what the homeowners could do, from what I've hearing from other homeowners, is if you put bleach mixture, spray your bin down with that, and bears seem to stay away from your garbage more.
Absolutely. Yeah. And with one garbage person picking up for 237 homes, the tenants put their bags in the garbage, but the tenants or the home people should clean out their garbage. That it's not the garbage pickup person's responsibility to clean out the bin as well. I just wanted to mention that. I think that's another thing that we could ask of our, to meet us kind of at a quarter way. And so my last question, while just under, is roads. You mentioned that our roads capital hasn't been, and I'm learning this. I'm far from a maintenance person, but there's a crown on the road, and it's supposed to be shaped almost like a folded out V. And sometimes when you drive on our roads, our grader person does their best, but they could be bumpy at times. Sometimes they're shaving the ditches quite intensely. Can you just kind of give us an understanding of, how we are trying to address the road issue when it rains, sometimes down at the corner, down the hill, or other places, maybe in front of Chester's, it can get pretty soft, and even gravel. Some people will say, well, why don't you just throw gravel down and that'll solve the whole situation? Can you maybe just give us a 1-minute education on how we are addressing our roads?
Okay, roads, typically a road is shaped. It's got a clay cap of at least 8 to 12 inches of clay cap on the road when it's newly developed and built. And on top of that is where the gravel comes in, and the gravel is put there to protect that clay cap. If it's deficient in gravel for years or over time, that's where the traffic will start wearing away that clay cap. Once the clay cap is worn away, you're almost down to the black base dirt. And then even if you put gravel on that, it just sinks right into that black dirt. There's no clay to hold it. And the shaping of the road is also important, because once you lose your crown, that's when water sits on your road, and it's detrimental to the road to have water sitting on it. The ditches are also important, as well as the culverts, to make sure that the water flows away from the road, and it'll dry a lot quicker if you have the proper drainage for that road. And it'll help a lot if you had a good supply of gravel on hand, so that you don't get to that clay cap situation.
Mm-hmm. So it's a work in progress,
That's
and
right.
ISC has given us some capital dollars. So we are doing what we can. Well, thank you both. I want to just look to make sure I didn't miss anything. Both good. Good. Well, thank you, Ira. Thank you, Grady. And in facilities and infrastructure is a new department we amalgamated. I just wanted to educate people watching one last time. So the home, inside the home, is the housing department. Outside the home, the cistern, the septics, the garbage is facilities and infrastructure. So to people in at homes, it's just houses, which is simple, but internally, you being acting director, you're in charge of everything outside the house. Audrey in housing is in charge with everything in the house. Is that's correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
yes, that's
good.
how
So
it's structured. Yes.
Just to educate, because to ask good questions, we should be educating too. So good.
That's
Well,
right.
thank you both. And for people watching, we're gonna take another 4 minutes and we'll get going with our next one. So thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dor?
All right, good afternoon. We are moving on to health and social development. I have Emily Watson, Director of Health and Social Development. And Emily, you're not a Watson from Ochapowace. I just wanted to mention that has come up in the past. Emily joined the team right after Angie moved up to Executive Director. We posted, and Emily, you transitioned from working in Broadview to working on Cowessess, and within 4 months of you getting to know, Cowessess and implementing your experience, COVID hit. And so Emily has become our main, one of our leads in our prevention plan, our pandemic prevention plan. So, on behalf of citizens, we don't have any cases today, and that's kudos to you and the team for doing what you're doing. So without further ado, I don't know if you wanted to introduce yourself quickly. Did you want me to go into the PowerPoint, or did you?
I'll do my introduction.
Okay.
So good afternoon, everyone. As Chief Cadmus has said, my name is Emily Watson, and I'm the Director of Health and Social Development. I came to this position in November of last year, following 2 years as the manager of the Broadview Centennial Lodge, working with the Saskatchewan Health Authority. Prior to that, I worked in Northern Saskatchewan with the Keewatin-Niueanfeng Regional Health Authority, where I was the Director of Acute and Clinical Services, and I worked in Isla Crosse and La Loche. I am a registered nurse, and I have worked in public health, long-term care, dialysis, and palliative care. But I have also worked in business, education, emergency management, mental health and justice as a court worker, and in governance as a municipal leader. So now I'd like to introduce you to my staff.
All right. We're getting quite good at this. So I believe they see what we see.
Okay. So all of
hang on. Chesqua. Yeah, I'm off mute. Yeah. Oh, they asked if we were on mute. I don't think we were. So sorry about that, Emily. You were just about to give us an amazing presentation there. Yes.
So all of the departments are expected to submit data on all of our programming and services that are provided each month. So some of the examples of the data included are an average of 39 people receive food boxes monthly. Now, I know we're in COVID-19 pandemic, so this does not include the food boxes that are presently distributed during the COVID-19 pandemic. So our food box program is managed by Ariel Bob, who is one of our health support workers. And we have a monthly average of about 23 people participating in public health events such as heart health, liver and kidney health workshops. And Joanne Buckles is the community health representative, and she coordinates these events for us. There were 11 wellness events with 116 participants, and these events were overseen by our dietitian, Tennille Koob. And other things that she is coordinating are the community garden and food safety and hunter safety. So all of these things are available to all members. Cheryl Delorme, our maternal child health coordinator, provides milk vouchers to an average of 6 prenatal moms and 12 postnatal moms each month. She also coordinates parenting classes and child oral health. Rodney Delorme spends 5 to 10 days per month assisting people with medical transportation. This is in addition to the regular home maintenance that he performs for the home care clients. Tracy Delorme and Taisha Nadawa are our 2 home care aides, and they provide home care visits to our people that need them Monday to Friday, and they average about 5 or 6 visits a day. Randy Leroy is our youth outreach worker, and she holds youth groups with an average of about 19 youth per group. And she also takes an average of 20 youth on outings and coordinates summer programming. Tina Redwood is our receptionist and medical transportation clerk. She assists with an average of 82 clients per month using medical transportation. AJ Sparvey is another of our health support workers, and is relatively new to our department, but she will be assisting other staff with large events such as the Sexual Health Fair, the Winterfest activities, etc. Charity Tapetat is the addictions worker, and she has been holding regular weekly Narcotics Anonymous meetings with an average of 5 people attending each meeting. She also carries out home and school visits. Iris Watson, our community liaison worker, supported an average of 22 families with 53 children per month. Iris is presently on a leave of absence assisting her community during the COVID-19 pandemic. Other staff that are shown include Lyndon Leroy, our health center supervisor, and Danielle Crevea, our custodian. And not shown is Heidi Pillar, who is a community health nurse. She is permanently housed in our department through the Health Canada, and she coordinates things like immunization and pre and postnatal care.
Next slide. All right.
So I feel that I am providing strong leadership. And as I mentioned, some of the things that I have done in my career, and I bring all of that experience and education to help with governance with my staff. And we have seen from what has happened with COVID-19 that while we expect each of our staff to have an annual work plan to provide direction for them for the year, however, we know, looking back at what has happened since COVID-19 came into our lives, that we also have to have plan B, plan C, so that we can adapt to changing situations. And as a health and social development department, we believe in accountability and transparency, fostering integrity and trust in all of our relationships. We strive to build the foundation for a delivery system in a confidential and professional manner, using the knowledge and wisdom of our knowledge keepers and community members for advice, guidance, and support. Our direction is gathered from the community needs assessment that was completed by our department last year, as well as the community needs assessment that was completed by the Yorkton Tribal Council of Child and Family Services. In addition, we are constantly accepting advice and suggestions from community members to help focus our efforts. Our department completes many of our objectives by collaborating with other departments, such as education, recreation, and the Community Preparation Center. As the director, I attend program director and finance and admin meetings in order to keep the lines of communication open between our department and other departments. We also start each day with a short gathering to update each other on where we're going to go for the day. We also meet monthly to update each other on what's happening within each area and where help may be needed. We provide programs and services based on targets. So we have prenatal moms that we help, we have postnatal moms, we have programs for birth to 7 years, 8 years to early teens to young adults to retirement age. And we also have specific programs and services dedicated to our knowledge keepers. Then we have programs that are for everyone in the community, and we strive to make sure that we're giving each one of those support. The goal of our team is to empower all members of Cowessess First Nation to be able to have personal resilience in dealing with intergenerational trauma caused by residential schools, 60s scoop, missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and many other acts of prejudice. Our program and service delivery is done through the hard work and dedication of the 16 staff members of Health and Social Development in collaboration with many of other departments. Thank you.
Let me stop sharing here so I think everybody sees us. Awesome. Well, thank you, Emily. Just one question that I have is, can you, I just want to mention one thing for education purposes for people watching is health and social development is funded for on reserve only. This is one of those departments that, you know, I've heard in the past, well, my cousin on the reserve got gas money and meals to go to a doctor's appointment in Regina. I live in Grenfell. How come I can't get it too? Well, you know, unfortunately, the funding definitely creates a gap in funding, which, you know, we recognize. On reserve, we get transfer dollars from Government of Canada. The province gets transfer dollars for our citizens living off the reserve. So I just wanted to mention that. But can you just explain maybe in 1 or 2 minutes how health looks after our community members from pre-birth right up to, you know, their you know, I need to say it in such a you know, to their last breath, till they're elderly. Can you explain just how health works like that and how, you know, we try and make sure we enhance lives as we're doing it?
Well, as I showed in my last slide, we offer help to the unborn, to prenatal moms. So we try to ensure that they're having a healthy and safe pregnancy by supporting them. We support them after they give birth and until their children are 7 years of age with a variety of programming, some of it aimed at things like good oral health for those children so that, you know, as they grow up, they have good, strong teeth. And then we start with our youth programming, and we then, when they get into young adulthood, we start specific programming aimed at parenting.
Mm-hmm.
And we have, as I mentioned, there are a number of services that are offered to everyone, all members. We continue with programming till we have knowledge keepers who need our services in home care, in medical transportation, and in palliative care when they are close to end of life. And we support the family after that life has been taken.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Emily. Just one last message to you is thank you for taking the lead on COVID-19 for us. You know, you're a registered nurse in your education side, and reminding us of you know, the importance and role of face masks, to maintaining 3 feet, which we're trying, but due to the
6
camera,
feet.
we're trying our best here. But and then to the staff, you know, the as many are safe at home, you know, not at work, many of the health staff are here. So I just wanted to come to thank you and the staff for in a time of unknown, ready to serve. So please let the staff know. So good.
Yes, and certainly I would like to give a big shout out of thanks to the staff that have taken it upon themselves to be here every day with me, making sure that we are adding to the food security of people living here, and helping to pack and deliver food boxes, cleaning products, and it's very much appreciated by me.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Emily. Good. We'll take a 4-minute here on Zoom, I mean on the video, and I believe housing is next. All right, good afternoon. It is 3:15. We did schedule till 5. I think we have 4 departments left. Beside me is the Director of Lands, Loretta Delorme. We're going to go to lands next. I did mention before the break that we were going to go to housing, but we're going to go to land. So I'm just going to go, and I believe this is where we are. So that wrong screen, my technology side here. So good afternoon, Loretta.
Good afternoon, Chief.
All right. So good. So Loretta, they see the screen, and so you take it over from here. There you go.
Good afternoon, everyone, membership, Chief and Council. Thank you, Denise, for the prayer. This is Lands and Resources Department. I am the lands manager. I have Christopher Leroy, who is our leasing officer, and I have Stephanie Delorme, who is our administrative assistant, and Lois Chooch Tepatat is our lands acquisition clerk for TLE.
Nice. Next screen.
Next screen.
All right.
What our department does is the Lands and Resources Department is responsible for managing all Cowessess First Nation lands, including both reserve status and fee simple lands. The department negotiates leases with local producers and nation members on a cost per acre basis for crop and pasture lands. Lands are managed in accordance with the Arlen program, which is the Reserve Land and Environment Management Program, where we get core funding from INAC.
Next one. All right. We're right to the point. I think, this is the governance.
A governance part, we have a land use plan, a zoning bylaw, and the land management manual. Those are our guidelines for the First Nation. Those are our Bible kind of thing that we follow.
Just read word for word.
Okay.
If that's too much.
We have the land use planning, which is orderly allocation of land, community resources, services with view to maintaining and improving physical, environment, and economic and social conditions of the community. Our zoning bylaw is the vehicle that is used to describe the more specific terms, the kind of uses that are permitted on a parcel of land. Single family housing, commercial retail, industrial are examples of land uses that are described in zoning bylaws, which provide the conditions that the land use development must meet. Our land management manual, that is the guidelines of the permit. How the terms, the acres, the amount of per acre that they're paying, how many years, and that's approved by Chief and Council.
Next one.
The TLE and the home reserve process. This is the payment. This is the land lease revenue. Everybody makes their checks payable to Receiver General, and then the checks get sent to ISC, Indigenous Service Canada, who then turns around and sends it to Ottawa. Then when it gets to Ottawa, Chief and Council does the First Nation Council resolution, meaning the old BCR, to take the money out. And where all the unfunded area programs, this is where some of the money comes from.
Next one. Oh, next one. Okay.
The Cowessess TLE Reserve. Last year, for 2019, we collected $1.3 million, and we collected $1.2 million of that. That is because 2 farmers never made their payment, and we are in the process of taking them to litigation. This year, for the spring of 2020, our spring payments alone is $724,959.26. To date, we collected $377,955.27. And that out of the 100 and some farmers we have 2 band members and 1 entity that is renting this land. And we're not exact sure on the numbers because the receipts come from ISC. So, and they are in COVID mode. So, but to what we have seen, it's about half that we have collected
Mhm.
on our own. And we watch ourselves because we don't trust ISC really.
Next one.
Next one.
Okay.
The home reserve 2019, we brought in 568,199.20 for the year, and we collected 558,861.40. That is one farmer for the spring and fall payment he did not make, and he's in the process of litigation also.
Mhm.
For this year, we're going to be bringing in 270,623.35. And we collected 264,008.35 on the home reserve to our calculations.
Nice.
And that's 6 band members and 1 entity that rents the home reserve land.
Nice.
Fee simple. Fee simple for the year 2019, we collected the full spring payment and the fall payments of 419,704.95 cents. For 2020 spring, the payments is 185,493.14. And to date, we collected 97,152.72 to date. And the Cowessess TLE fee simple lands, the checks are made payable to Treaty Land Entitlement. Our data, agriculture lands, we have 47,103 acres. Grazing lands, we have 37,985 acres. Forage lands, we have 1,367. Not leased is 415 acres. TLE is 18,280 acres. And we deal with over 120 farmers with 27 RMs. And that's only 3 of us.
A staff of 3.
Our updates, we received most of the renewals from the fall with the rates coming up all the time. And we can honestly say there's no farmer whom is not a band member not paying less than $30 an acre. A long time in the making, slowly but surely. This year, next month, actually, we're going to be starting our goat grazing and our fencing project. With COVID happening, we're doing the best that we can to get things done.
Nice.
Change management, trust values, and communication. Lands believes that the council staying out of administration, work directly with the executive office is the best decision that they have made. It's working smoothly. I believe the lands department is a team. We keep one another in the loop until COVID hit. Lands communicates with ISC and farmers on a daily basis, sometimes with other program managers. Change management in the lands area is that we have been sending people to get certified in land management, and only 3 of us looking after over 100,000 acres. So meaning if I was to say I fell in love somewhere and left, at least there's 2 other people behind me.
And that could happen.
And lands is moving forward and getting the rents at fair market value. And this is a map of the RM of Grayson. This is where we have majority of our land that's turned to reserve status. I just wanted to show membership how much land we have in the RM of Grayson.
We can almost call it the RM of Cowessess.
We can actually have a member sitting on that. This happened yesterday. This was our a household hazardous day, and we picked up a lot yesterday, and it was quite interesting.
Good. Stewards of the land.
Stewards of the land.
Yeah. And so you picked up what kind of
we picked
liquor?
up paints, we picked up oil, gas, computers, laptops, fridges. And then we even helped out members. They had stoves and fridges, so we just helped them get them out of their yards just to make it look.
This happens once a year.
Once a year.
Yeah, good job. And I think that's it for slides. I don't think I missed anything. I'm just going to take us off so they can make sure that if you do run away when you're snagged, that they know how you look here. I just have a couple things I want to share, and then I have just a simple question, nothing to get nervous about. So the way that lands works is the Indian Act, section 28.2 of the Indian Act, administers our lands.
Yes.
It was forced on Cowessess in 1876, and still to this day it's there. So when you say that the payment, so say if I rented this land, I wouldn't make a check to Cowessess First Nation. I would make a check to the Receiver General of Canada.
That's correct.
ISC, in regard to that, will take our payment.
Yes.
Our money, which you said you collected $568,000 of revenue for rental land on the reserve, as well as our TLE land that has been purchased. Council then have to ask for our money back, and it's a tough process. So
Yes.
it's very something Indian Act is really challenged with. My next thing is fee simple. I just wanted to explain quickly to the audience. So fee simple means that it's not status, but it will be status soon. Under TLE, we got $46 million in 1996 to purchase additional land. And so 3 years ago, TLE had its own administration, land had its own administration. We said, well, we're kind of doing the same duties twice. So we moved TLE within land. So you look after the fee simple lands, which, reduces our costs so we can have more profit. My one question to you, and you've talked about this a few times, is land improvements, especially on the home reserve. We have been administering directly for the last 2 years, and you've been talking about land improvements, making sure fencing is there and whatnot. Can you share with us a little bit about some ideas you have, or some maybe things we can prepare in the future to update our lands in regards to land improvements?
Okay, I do let's be applications with ISC, and they give me money like for fencing. If people need fencing, we have to redo our fencing project. And the more we improve our lands, the more money we're going to get for them.
Yeah.
So we do fencing, and then I did another let's be application for grass seed. So they can either grass seed or fencing or dugouts, things like that to improve our lands.
Yeah, absolutely. So just the last, if someone wanted to, utilize our land, they would go to the lands office and they would fill out an application. The land leasing officer, Chris, in this instance, would sit down with the individual. But at the end of the day, it would come up to council for a motion, and that's the application process.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Loretta. Definitely lands is looked after well, and you're doing an amazing job. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Good. We'll take a 4-minute break here, and we'll see who's next. I believe we have 3 more for today. Okay, we're just, we have Last Oak Golf and Country Club, which Jamie's here. We got Prevention, Director, Acting Director Janine. We got Urban Services, Director Jody, and Housing left for today. So if you can bear with us for the next hour, we're going to try to get them. I don't see the questions. I just want to give you some housekeeping, but we do, like that people are typing them. Rhoda's in another room right now, trying to, and Pat Criddle, making sure that, questions are being asked. I do have some questions that have been typed out to me. Some of them are governance, so I will be addressing them tomorrow when it comes to governance. There was one question about roads and speed bumps. Somebody asked if could be a speed bump in the upper subdivision. That's being looked into. I was given one unofficial comment back that it's pretty tough on a gravel road, that not too much times you'll see a speed bump on a gravel road, but definitely here the need to safety for children out close to the road, or safety for home. So definitely something that the IRA and the department will look into. So without further ado, I got Jamie Delorme, the one and only. Jamie is second year Last Oak Golf and Country Club manager. Last Oak is going to turn 50 years old next year. So we have a lot of celebration. It's been not only for Cowessess, but something the Four Nations have used for many, going to be 50 years next year. And it's definitely been something with opportunities, jobs, but we incurred 2 floods that we just couldn't handle back in 2013, 2014, and we're still recovering today. So without further ado, I'm gonna go right into your slides, Jamie. I don't think you're a man of many talents around here, so I don't think you need much introduction. I just wanna see where your slides are here. So I believe we are on your slides. Let's see. Okay, we're here. Yes, we are. So Jamie, take it away.
All right, thanks, Chief. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm the general manager of Last Oak Golf and Country Club. We do have a beautiful 18-hole course, but as the chief stated, we did have a flood 2 years almost back to back, which really killed us. We do have 9 holes that are currently playable. I'm not going to say consecutive because 1 hole is still under repairs, and we were hoping to have it completed this year before the end of September.
That's right. Oh, I'll get into your next slide.
There we go. Oh, there we go. I can read it a little better here. We do have a lot of our membership coming from the lake people. It is down from last year. I think this year we only have about 17 members compared to 24 last year. And the down numbers is just because of conditions of the golf course only playing 9 holes. We do get a lot of community memberships from the 4 bands, which is Cowessess, Zach, Mayo, Chapways, and of course Cowessess First Nation. We do have our kitchen, which is presently being renovated and which will be open by June 2nd, which due to COVID-19, a lot of our numbers are down. So we're working with what we have because we're kind of a unique entity under Cowessess, but we still fall under Cowessess. I take direction from the executive director.
Oh, you want to go to the next slide?
Yeah, from the executive director. We are planning to open the back 9, as the chief stated, for our 50th anniversary. So that is one of our future plans for next year, to have that open. We are booking for Christmas parties, as we did have a successful one this past Christmas for the beach people. And they're planning to book this year again already. They were going to do a barbecue, but due to COVID-19, that did not happen. But bringing me to COVID-19, we do follow the strict provincial guidelines from I don't, that's it, from the province of Saskatchewan.
Mhm.
So there's a list of it, and we've been following it, as you've noticed yourself, that there's a lot of sanitization and everything.
Good. Just going to take that off so they can see us here. I think they could see us. And I just got a few, and we've talked about this before, so they're not unknown questions, but the restaurant's opening on June the 2nd. How would somebody make an order and pick it up? Do they just call and then show up? They can't eat in the restaurant.
No, they can't eat not, but I think on June 8th, they can with a certain amount of people. I think it's 50% capacity.
Yeah.
But right now we're doing, once we do open, we'll be doing curbside pickup.
Nice.
We're still not handling any cash whatsoever. It's just straight debit and credit cards.
How about e-transfer? Is that an option?
We haven't looked into
Okay.
it yet, but
Right.
we're doing good right now.
Right.
But I'll check in for
Nice.
e-transfers.
How about I'll pay you later?
Just for you.
My next question is the sanitization. You mentioned that we do got some people coming from off the nation to come golf. Can you just share with us the process you and your staff are taking to make sure that Last Oak is low risk to COVID-19?
Well, it starts right from the parking lot. Right in the parking lot, we have signs, warning signs of things that you have to do, things you can do, can't do. And then as soon as you get to the door, there's another sign saying the same thing. But as you enter the building, we have a wash station right there to use sanitizer, gloves, masks, and then you proceed to go and pay for your golfing.
Training. I know you partnered with Barry in the preparation center to use the kitchen there. Can you explain a little bit about the staff you have and how they enhance their skills through a cooking class?
Oh, this past January to March, it did end early due to COVID, but they had 8 cooking students there at the golf course. All of them graduated. We did have applications for cooks. We did hire one from that class.
Nice, good,
So.
very good. My last question is the Last Oak is a business. It's definitely a community option. We understand that golf rates can vary in this province from $20 for 9 holes to $45 per 9 holes or 18 holes. And then cart is on top of that. We want to make sure that our community members have a chance to utilize our beautiful course. So what happens is we have a fixed rate that sports department pays, which is $4,000 at the beginning, but then that entails any Cowessess citizen on and off the reserve. If they show their status card, they can be charged $10. And if there's a child with them, the child would golf for no cost. Did I say that all correctly?
Yes, you did say that correctly. Actually, that's not just for Cowessess, that's for all the 4 bands, as I mentioned earlier in my.
I did step out at
Okay,
that
yes,
time.
you did step out. I'll give you that one.
Yeah. So I mean, that's to encourage golfers. So if you have a non-golfer listening to you, are listening to us, I think you're saying it is, come to a place that's family friendly, that sanitization is very high priority. And once you're out there, it's good exercise, it's good bonding with your family.
Yes, and I know for a fact right now, as we've only been open for about a week now for non-community members, and I bet you our golfers are about half and half.
Nice. That's good. That's good. Well, thank you, Jamie. If there's any questions, call the golf course. Jamie's there. I was going to tease that he was going to give us his Tinder account as well, but wrong presentation, so we won't do that.
That's the wrong meeting we're
Oh,
in.
sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Jamie at nighttime. So thank you, Jamie. You're doing an amazing job. So
Thank you.
for people listening, I'm just going to hit mute and we're going to get, we have, I believe, 3 more presentations. Hi.
I was cleaning my screen.
Just to let you know, everybody could hear us. So we're not in our own room. We got an audience watching. So I'm just gonna, before we officially start, I'm just gonna check to make sure I have the PowerPoint slides ready. So because we can't really see each other, so you just give me
I was cleaning my screen.
All right. Just to let you know, everybody could hear us. So
How come that's like
we're
two
not in our own room. Hang on, I did something here. I'm trying to. I'm just gonna, before we officially start, I'm just gonna check to make sure I have the PowerPoint slides ready. So because we can't really see each other, on my side here. 1 second. So you just give me.
I was cleaning my screen.
I'm gonna keep doing that. Just to let you know, everybody could hear us. So we're not in our own room. Sorry, Janine, I just have for some reason, because we're tagged to YouTube. I got the YouTube open as well. All right, let's get started. I think we're ready. So good afternoon, Janine. I just wanted to introduce you to our ones that are listening. Janine is our acting director of prevention and resources. So Janine has started with us since April 1st, a proud Cowessess citizen, a First Nations University of Canada graduate in psychology, and has a lot of years experience. You have a few, I believe, fastball trophies sitting in our cabinet here. And so without further ado, Janine, I'm going to bring up your PowerPoint and you could introduce yourself at the same time. And yeah, I got a few questions at the end, so nothing too drastic, but definitely keep the conversation going. So do you see your PowerPoint right now?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so the floor is yours.
Okay, so I just want to confirm that was actually Cowessess had 8 championships. The ladies team won back-to-back, so I just wanted to add that.
Nice.
Okay, so the Department of Prevention and Resources is pretty fresh. So we just started April 1st of 2020. We will be, once Chief Red Bear Children's Lodge launches, will be underneath them. Right now, we are just part of Cowessess. So in the pictures there, I'm just going to go through each one. So in the top right corner, that one is Cindy Sparvier. So in the Department of Prevention and Resources, we have kind of how it goes is we have myself, which is the acting director of Prevention and Resources. And then we have all of the Sacred Wolf Lodge staff. So the Sacred Wolf Lodge is the girls' transition home, and that's located down in the valley. That opened, I think it was early or late 2019. So the staff there were currently under the YTC CFS. And so starting April 1st, 2020, they all moved over to Cowessess, which is under the Prevention and Resources Department, which eventually will go under Chief Red Bear Children's Lodge. So Cindy Sparvier is the program coordinator, and her primary role is to develop, recommend, and implement approved strategies, business, and financial plans for the day-to-day lodge operations. She is also the immediate supervisor for all the staff at Sacred Wolf Lodge. The next one, so I'll kind of go in order as you guys see them there. So the next one down would be Samantha Sigurdsson. Samantha Sigurdsson is the supervisor, and her role is to ensure all Sacred Wolf Lodge's policy and procedures are being followed and implemented. She encourages and promotes respectful staff, client, family, and community interaction. She is the supervisor to all youth mentors. The next one is Eunice Tanner. Now, Eunice's primary role, she's the family and youth coordinator. Eunice's primary role is to develop, oversee, monitor, and review all youth life plans, which includes cultural and transition plans. She also maintains a positive working relationship with families, resources, and communities. The next one is myself. So my primary role is to assist in protection matters when requested by Ministry of Social Services that involves children and youth. I assess the needs of the family and provide programs and services that promote healing and well-being in the family structure. The next one is Michelle Delorme, and she's the program assistant. So Michelle's primary role is to provide clerical and administrative support to Sacred Wolf Lodge staff, and she also participates in all staff training, so she's familiar with all aspects of the lodge operations. The next one is Glenn Pelche, and he's the cultural services provider. So Glenn's primary role is to work in partnership to assist our grandparents supporting program in reviving, reconnecting, and strengthening cultural and traditional approaches to youth and family well-being. He also implements the delivery of cultural programming by utilizing land-based activities, and he's a supervisor for our grandmothers. So when we get, I'm not sure if the grandmothers are in there, but we have 7 grandmothers who work at the Sacred Wolf Lodge. That's Audrey Seitz, Alma Pelche, Eileen Sparvier, Eunice Delorme, Gloria Tim, Myra Delorme, and Myrna Delorme. And what the grandmother's responsibility is to follow and implement all approved land-based activities for the day-to-day operations of the lodge. They work as a supportive role to youth, families, staff, and community support to ensure successful outcomes. The grandmothers also provide guidance, mentorship, and participate in all staff training. So the grandmothers supporting parents program was, I think that was implemented earlier in the year, and that was under the YTC. So the grandmothers will support all of the parents whenever there's programming that's happening. The clients will go in and they can sit with them. The next one we have is Ronalie. So the next 4 are going to be our youth mentors. And so I'll just give you kind of what their role is for all of them. So the youth mentors' primary roles are to carry out all life plans developed by the youth and respond effectively to the short and long-term plans of the youth. They also assess intervention needs of the youth and families. So you guys see Ronalie LaValle, and then in the bottom row, starting from the left, that's Stacy Buckles, and then the middle is Candy or Candida Corral, and then the next one is Shania Kakadaway. So when we have clients at the lodge, or we have children or youth in the lodge, what happens is that the youth mentors and everybody in the picture that you see there comes together and we develop a plan for them. And so everybody has a role in that plan when we have a client. And so the youth mentors, their schedule is usually about 12 hours. And so there's always a youth mentor who's in the lodge all the time. All right, I think we can go to the next one. And so that was just the introduction of the staff.
Sounds good.
Okay, and so the budget for prevention. So we got through the community wellbeing and jurisdiction initiatives, which I'll kind of explain that. So ISC did a budget in 2018. They released a budget, and I think it was about $1.4 billion. And it was for First Nation Child and Family Services programs. And so that was, I think, spread across all of Canada. So we were very fortunate to be able to submit our application for it, and we got $967,000. So our prevention budget is will be $967,000 for the next year. Now that's only available to on reserve. So the CWJI falls under the First Nations Child and Family Services program, which only funds on reserve. So at this time, until we launched the Chief Red Bear Children's Lodge, this is what we'll be going under. The CWJI funding will be used towards professional services that promotes healing within families, personal development, cultural, and community programs. So some of the programs that we will be having will be traditional parenting, kinship and unity building, facility rentals to host the weekly programming, monthly cultural ceremonies, food for the Sacred Wolf Lodge and families involved with prevention. So I kind of just wanted to touch on that because I know some people, even explaining it in the community, some people had questions for that. So when we have clients that are staying at the Sacred Wolf Lodge, obviously they need to eat. So the food budget in there is to be able to provide food each day for them. And so that the money that we have in that category of food kind of falls under, there's a provincial rate that we follow when through Child and Family Services. So that's why the budget is quite high for the food area. Salaries to cover the cost of 5 positions with Sacred Wolf Lodge. So I'm just going to kind of go over what those positions are. We have the supervisor, the family and youth coordinator. We have the cultural services coordinator, we have Michelle Delorme, and then we have the grandmothers. So those cover the salaries covers those positions at Sacred Wolf Lodge. My position will be covered under the Chief Red Bear Children's Lodge.
Mhm.
All right, I think you can go.
Next one.
Okay, so when we talk about the outcomes and the actions for the prevention department, we talk about prevention data. So families assisted since April 1st has been 4. The families currently participating in prevention programs is 3. So those are open cases right now. They're not closed. And community referrals provided to prevention would be 7. So where those come from is, say we get a call or I get a call, and then I sit with the prevention team and say, okay, we got this. We got a referral from whether it's protection, the Ministry of Social Services protection, or whether it's from a community member. And so they call and they say, okay, there's a family that needs help, or we've noticed that there's a bit of a breakdown in a family, or there's a situation that we attend to. That's where those referrals come from. And so we follow up with the families, and then we sit with them and we kind of see what's happening in the family and kind of what services and programs we can offer them to help them out. So that's where that data comes from, and that's what we've been doing since April 1. When we talk about the governance structure, so currently this is our governance structure. We do have the chief and council, and then we have the executive director, Angie Tanner, and then we have the prevention committee, which we have 6 members, and then we have 2 council members. So we have a total of 8. Then there's myself, and then there's Cindy. And then below there is the program assistant, the cultural services provider, supervisor, and family and youth coordinator. So Samantha Sigurdsson, who's a supervisor, is directly responsible for all of the youth mentors. And Glenn Pelche, who's the cultural service provider, is directly responsible for the grandmothers. And so this is just a current structural chart until Chief Red Bear Children's Lodge, which then will fall under the Board of Governors and the CEO. So that is, yep.
Next slide.
Okay, so when we talk about prevention change management, due to COVID, I know a lot of different departments had shut down, but because child welfare is considered an essential service, we were still, a lot of the staff were still working. There was still a lot of staff at the lodge because we did have a resident come into the lodge. So when we talk about implementing creativity within our office, eventually, we'll be structuring our office and we'll be structuring our programs to reflect that. It's values and trust. So I'm just reading off my sheet of notes here that I have, so that's why I keep looking down. Once restrictions have been lifted due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the prevention staff will participate in a team building and values exercise that will be included in the objective of the prevention department. When we talk about strategic planning, the areas of focus that we'll be having is decolonizing intergenerational trauma, traditional healing methods, trauma-informed approaches, and personal development. We are currently working on a strategic plan that will be implemented once Chief Red Bear Children's Lodge is fully operational. And we do have consistent communication when we're all at the lodge in the office. So.
Good. I think that's your last slide. Hey, Janine. Good. I'm going to take the slide off and I'm going to bring us back. Can you hear me, Janine?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Okay, good. Hey, just a few things. I just wanted to mention what prevention is, just to make sure that people watching know what prevention is. So prevention is programs and services to minimize the risk of a child being apprehended. This funding is provincial, it's reserve based. So currently under the system we're under, it's for on the reserve. Once we launch Chief Red Bear Children's Lodge, which we're in the midst of doing, it'll be coast to coast to coast. So, you know, as we are as inherent right to address, to make sure our children, Cowessess is actually going that route. So definitely we look forward to that day. I just wanted to educate on how the system works, just so people. I had a question here. Did Cowessess sign with the province? So I just wanted to explain. So in 1951, I'm gonna give you a 30-second history. In 1951, provinces took Section 88 of the Indian Act and assumed jurisdiction and started apprehending Cowessess children without ever chief and council or citizens being asked or voted on or anything. They just assumed jurisdiction under Section 88. In 1991, the FSIN signed an agreement with the province under the province's umbrella to create agencies under the province's umbrella, which gave birth to YTCICFS in 1995. Cowessess signed with YTCICFS. So how it went is the ministry was the alpha. YTCICFS was our own agency. We had our own board, and Cowessess was under that agency. So it was there was a lot of red tape, and there still is today. In 2020, Cowessess exited YTC, and we have an agreement directly with the province, still under that 1951 that we are still under until we're there until we get our coordination agreement and funding agreement to launch the Mio Pimatisawan Act, which the citizens approved on March the 3rd. And so that will put Cowessess back to where we were prior to 1951 with full jurisdiction over our children. So under this protocol prevention agreement, there's two areas. There's prevention, which we get $976,000 a year to provide services to children who have a risk of being apprehended. Janine, when she says cases, she's working with families. The other one is protection. So we have a direct link with protection with the province. So anytime a child is about to be apprehended, or if a family is going to get a visit, there is notification given. The relationship is really strong. So that's currently, I hope that answered that question, is did we sign with the province? We just became the main contact. And so we thank YTC CFS for our years of working together. Cowessess is ready to challenge this and take it on ourselves to make sure that we don't sentence another generation. And so we could figure this out. So anyways, my only thing I wanted to ask Janine is what kind of prevention activities how can I best say it? What kind of prevention activities are we looking forward to? Like, is there anything in the works yet that we could share? Like, I know we have trauma training, stuff like that. Anything to help with parents and children? Anything to share there?
Yeah, so we do have the traditional parenting program. We do have one family that is set to start that. We do have cultural ceremonies that we'll be hosting a month, which is the New Moon ceremony. So we've already had one of those as well. What else do we have? The mediation between between parents. So if there was a family that had both parents weren't together, but there was a child involved, then we would bring the parents together. And then they would have a mediation. And then we do have counseling sessions available to families right now via Zoom. So those, because of COVID restrictions, that's the only option we have right now.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Janine. I don't know if you had anything else to add. I just want to leave that up there.
No.
Awesome. Well, keep up the good work and let the staff know that we're very proud. So for people watching, I'm just going to hit mute. Then we have two more. We got urban services, and then we got housing, and then we got closing remarks for today. So Janine, unless you want us to look at you, you can log off now. So thank you very much. Check 1, 2, 3. Just checking the volume. 1, 2, 3. Hi, Jody.
Hi, Chief.
Hi. So we're live and people are watching. So definitely good afternoon, Jody, Director of Urban Services. I'm going to bring up the screen as I introduce you. I just want to make sure I have the right one. Okay, Urban Department. Full screen. Jody, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. It says sharing is paused. Bring your shared window to the front. 1 second, Jody. I'm just gonna go ask for a technical question really quickly.
Okay.
Can you see the screen?
All right, I got confirmation that they can see the screen or the PowerPoint because on my computer it says sharing is paused, but I don't think it is. So, so Jody, you are Director of Urban Services. Your funding is own source funding from Cowessess. We have had an urban office since our Election Act was amended in 2002, I believe, to
Yes.
welcome in non-resident counselor. You have been at the urban office, I don't mean to age you, but almost the entire time and have been the lead for over 12 years. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I've almost been there for 10 years, but I did work for the urban office, I think back in 07, 08.
Yeah, absolutely. So take it over, Jody. So they see this, they see the PowerPoint. So you just give me the verbal to move to the next slide and we'll go from there.
Okay, so thank you, Chief. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank Denise, Councillor Denise, for the prayer. I've been honored to have been working at the urban office for almost 10 years. And the part of my job that I enjoy the most is being able to assist our members in whatever capacity is needed. So yes, again, we were established back in 2002. The urban department has a mandate to deliver programs and services on behalf of its membership following the Cowessess First Nation urban department policy. So I'd like to introduce our staff. We have Frances Delorme, she's our program assistant. She's been with us for 2 years. We have Bryce Rock. Pardon me?
Yes. Oh, I just explaining which picture she was, just for
Oh,
people watching.
sorry. Yeah, she's the middle. And then we have Brighton Laura. He's on a term position as a receptionist, and he's been with us for 3 months. We have Sandra LaValle. She is our janitor, and she also does casual work for us, and she's been with us for about 8 years. Okay, so we can go to the next slide.
Do you see the next slide?
No.
Oh, let me see here. And I think that's where it says pause. 1 second, let me redo this
Okay.
here. It's our first time, so we have the odd technical difficulty.
There we go.
Okay.
Alrighty, so here is some of the department statistics of the programs and services that we've provided. So from the 2019-2020 school year, we've reimbursed or distributed school supplies to almost 300 children and youth. We have our Christmas dinners that are held in November and December, and we go to Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, Saskatoon, Yorkton, Regina, and Winnipeg. And we've had over 1,700 members and their families attend. We do have a home ownership program. It assists our members with purchasing their first home. And this past fiscal year, we've assisted 7 members. We started in partnership with Care and Connections Ministry. Cowessess joined this initiative that started back in July. Since then, we've handed out over 1,550 sandwiches to those in need. We have a youth volleyball development and skill enhancement program. So we've had 35 youth that have participated in this program. The program was successful, and just to see the youth and how much they've improved since it started back in April 2019, and it did finish in March. We have our youth assistance program. So that assists our youth with covering their registration fees, and we've assisted about over 80 youth with this last fiscal year. And with the urban office, we've participated in the Salvation Army Z99's adoptive family for the last 3 years. So we have adopted 14 families. And then we do have some other programs. Those are just some of them. We do have a membership assistance program. We have a mobility assistance program. We have 2 under that, which is lifestyles. If anything, if you need assistance to purchase scooter or anything like that. And then we also have our extended care program, which is any medical that's not covered through non-insured health benefits. We also have our transitional assistance program that helps with our members who are transitioning into new employment, help them with getting work clothes, tools, any necessary items needed to start their job. We do have our youth assistance program. So we assist with school fees, reimbursement of school supplies. We also have our sports program to do the registration fees. We have our youth assistance program travel. So that helps with our youth attending any extracurricular activities through school or through sports. We have our home ownership program to assist our members with their first time home purchase. And we also have our home renovation program. We have a medical transportation service that we provide in Regina to our seniors or any of our members who are living with a mobility issue. We also have a comfort allowance and a driver license program. We also have a drum and share program, knowledge keeper gatherings. We have a triple P program, which is positive parenting program. We have foot care services. We also have cultural crafts that we do as well. Okay,
Awesome.
next.
Before we go to the next slide, Jody, I just wanted to mention, so I believe the budget that we give, because it's unfunded, it comes from Revenue Trust and First Nations Trust dollars internally. I believe it's $500,000.
Yes.
Is that okay? So our office is 107 Albert Street North in Regina. We have rooms in there for meetings. We have a culture room / gathering room that's quite big enough to have drum and share. And so I just wanted to mention that. I hope I didn't steal your thunder.
And we also
for the
have
next slide.
computers if anyone's needing to, job search or do their resumes, or if they have any reports for post-sec or through school.
Absolutely. So we are you know, you are leading a office that is trying to provide opportunities, transition maybe from on the reserve to off the reserve, or just helping with our citizens that live throughout. So it's definitely a challenge because of how big we are. Let's do this slide, then I'm going to ask you about Christmas dinners.
Alrighty. So under good governance at the urban office, we ensure that all applications submitted fall within the urban department policy. At the office, we are policy driven, and it is important not to deviate from policy to ensure fairness and equality to our members who are accessing the resources provided. Change management, we encourage our members' input in order for us to better serve their needs. With committees no longer being present, members can contribute by assisting us in developing new programs and services. This will allow us to have feedback, which will help us to deliver programs and services more effectively. Values and trust. The urban department advocates and assists members when needed. Our goal is to continue to improve the quality of life for our community, its membership, and to help achieve self-sufficiency. We try to accommodate our members when needed, and if we are unable to, we try to refer them to appropriate agencies. We'd like to have our members' confidence in us to better serve them. Our strategic planning, we continue to move forward to adapt our programs and services and needs of our members with the feedback that they provide. The urban department is an unfunded area. We do our best to try secure funding to provide more programs and services to our members. Communication with our members help create a better relationship and builds trust. At the urban office, we try to update our members on the latest programs and services, events, gatherings, either by the website, social media, newsletters, or even emailing or phone calls. Currently, we have no programs and services being administered out of the office due to COVID. We are still processing requests that fall within the urban department policy. The office is closed to the public, but if you're needing assistance and do need to come down to see somebody, we can take an appointment and someone will be able to assist you.
Perfect. And I believe that's your last slide. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I just want to thank my staff for assisting. We did receive cleaning supplies that was donated from the health department, and they were there handing it out. And we also did receive care packages of food that was donated. And then we also had our activity items. So we're very fortunate to have received food from a combination of donations and help within. So we're trying our best to accommodate, you know, our members with what we have, and just wish that we could, you know, do more, but, you know, resources are limited. Every little bit helps, and we're grateful to those who are patient and waiting for more donations to arrive.
Absolutely. You know, I sense the communication is, you know, back and forth of, you know, I live here and you know, what is my band doing for me? And it definitely weighs heavily mentally, emotionally on you. I can only imagine, because your heart wants to serve everybody, but due to, you know, just you know, for staff and, you know, you're doing what you can. So keep up the good work. I just had one question, and every year we do the Christmas dinner, and you know, we go to Vancouver, Edmonton, Calgary, Saskatoon, Regina, Winnipeg, Yorkton, and then home we do. You facilitate a very good trip. Where's that funding come from? And can you share with us the positive success you feel and why we, you know, shall continue to do it?
Well, we do receive funding, like it's put into our budget. I do submit letters, or we have donation letters that we submit to various businesses that we deal with. We get donations if it's either money or if it's for door prizes. I apply through CDC. You know, and I find that these Christmas dinners, you know, are a way to just to be able to see all our members and, you know, give them that, you know, holiday meal, and just to get to visit with everybody. And I find them to be successful. I've always heard nothing but good feedback on our Christmas dinners, and everybody looks forward to them every year. And it just, hopefully, you know, with everything that's happening now, you know, it's hard to say whether or not we can have them again this year.
Absolutely. No, I've had the privilege and opportunity of attending them each year since I've been chief, and I've always went to the Regina one prior to that. And It unites our people when we live throughout to, you know, remember where home is, and it's definitely a positive in our unity as a nation. Jody, did we miss anything? I just want to make sure.
I don't think so, but if anybody, wants a copy of our policy, they could always call the office. We can email, or if they want to come and pick one up, they can make an appointment for that. Or they can email me. So it's jody.delorme@cowessessfn.com, or they can call me on my cell, which is 1306-551-4202.
Awesome, Jody. And I know there's a Facebook page directly for,
Yes.
what's it titled again?
It's the Cowessess First Nation Urban / Off-Reserve News and Events.
Awesome. So if anybody's on Facebook and you haven't joined, join. Jody and the team post continuously on opportunities and updates. So thank you, Jody. Please, I reiterate the staff, let them know that they're doing an awesome job, and you're doing an amazing job as a director. So keep up the good work.
Thank you, Chief.
Awesome. So you can log off, Jody. And for everybody else listening, I'm just going to hit mute. We have one more presentation today, and that's housing and closing remarks. So we're right on schedule. I said till 5 o'clock. So I'll be right back. All right, well, good afternoon. This is the final presentation of the day. I have Tenant Relation Officer Tiffany Boyd. Welcome, Tiffany. The audience, this is our General Assembly, and we're going to discuss housing. Definitely a lot of challenges in housing, but also a lot of shared responsibility. So without further ado, I'm just going to find the housing slide, and we're good to go. Okay, I think that's it right there. Did I catch it right? I don't think so. Hang on, let me end slideshow just so I make sure I'm doing it right. Where is Zoom? Oh, there we are right there. So I'm going to go like this, and I am going to leave it like that. I think that might not be the best, but I don't want to mess it up. My technology ain't the best. So Tiffany, you want to introduce the team?
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. Tiffany Boyd here, Tenant Relations Officer for Housing. Introducing the team, of course, the Director of Housing, Audrey Delorme. And then we have our great maintenance worker, Leo Delorme. Then we have our two interns. We're missing a picture here, but Colby Goodwin, as well as Roger Stevenson should be in there. Roger is our data entry clerk, and Colby would be our tenant relations officer as well, both in training. They are CMHC interns. And then, of course, we have Sandra Delorme, and she is the assistant to the Director of Housing.
Awesome. All right.
Okay, so to begin, we have 156 band units, 72 rental units, and 10 TLE homes. At least 50 units have inspection sheets in the tenant files. From these inspections come a strategic plan to bring that unit up to the National Building Code standards. So we do have many homes on the First Nation that may be below standards, and that just comes from over time. So we do want to put a plan in place to begin bringing those homes up to par. Good governance. There are tenant issues are taken by the staff to the Citizens Committee, who discuss in depth and decide based on housing policy, the solutions or the remedies. Then they make recommendations to the Chief and Council for a motion to be put in place. Then there are any financial expenses over the Housing Director's authority is taken to the Finance and Administration to be motioned for payment.
Mm-hmm.
Change management. The Housing Department is a moving, living body that's exploring a change government system through the Cowessess Mikiwam Housing Incorporation. The goal in the creation of this entity is to improve financial sustainability of housing, support fair allocation of houses, and minimize the risk of political interference. Values and trust. The Housing Department works side by side with other departments in the best interest of the nation. This includes public works for the water, infrastructure for the sewage, health for assistance with home care, addictions and other family support, justice in the peacekeeping program. The networking with other departments will alleviate some of the stress that housing has always had to face. And of course, above and beyond that, housing is always striving to work on values and trust relationships with the community and the citizens as well.
Well, I think there's one more slide. There we go.
Strategic planning. Presently, housing is working on a 3-year strategic plan to repair and renovate homes. These will come in different phases. Year 1 will be the older homes. Year 2 will be the following homes. Prior to entering into the Cowessess Mikiwam Housing Incorporation, the majority of the homes will be up to standard, but we'll need your help to maintain the house. So it is a working relationship between both the department, the organization, as well as the tenants. Communication. As a part of the strategic plan, the Housing Department will facilitate workshops such as maintenance workshops, the true cost of housing, rental collection, and one-on-one strategic planning with tenants.
A qualified inspector will visit and do complete inspections of all houses. So previously we have had some workshops. So for instance, I think about approximately a year ago, we had the maintenance workshop. That was a huge success, and we hope to have more of those come and hope to have you all come out to those as well. We've had true cost of housing. Those involved your leadership as well as other administration. And that went really well as too. That was very educational for all parties involved. And yeah, highlight of the day, Cowessess First Nation was allocated $1.26 million for approximately 6 new construction units. It was a tough job to work every day during the COVID-19 isolations to continue working on the project completion and reporting to CMHC and ISK. However, your Director of Housing, Audrey Delorme, was a warrior woman, and she went through the process and didn't shut down for a minute and stuck it through while the office was closed. And she was able to do her due diligence for the First Nation. And with that, she came out with that, and that's a great thing.
Absolutely. Great presentation, Tiffany. Thank you, Tiffany. I just have a few comments under housing. Some of the questions that came in is, do houses pass inspections? Would you be able to talk about inspections? How, like when a house is built, how are inspections taken?
So upon new builds, there are different inspections that need to be put in place each time. So prior to build, there needs to be an environmental analysis on the land. So somebody comes out from ISK and they do an analysis on the land itself to make sure the land is safe for the new build. Upon putting in foundation, there's another inspection. Then there's about 3 other inspections throughout the entire build of the unit. Then comes the final inspection. If that inspection doesn't pass the first round, the inspector gives a report, and the unit must be brought up to full code as per inspector. And unless that is done, then the community doesn't move forward on completing that unit until it's passed.
Absolutely. Another question that was brought forward, and these are questions, if we don't know the answer now, we'll definitely take it. But how are contracts awarded in housing? That was a question that was asked. So we put out bids, we tender packages and people put bids on them. Is that correct?
Yes. And again, it depends on the amount of the contract. Any contract that's going to be over the amount of $5,000, I do believe, has to be tendered out. And you need 3 bids in order to proceed with picking a contractor. If there's not 3 bids, then you repost that tender again until you get the 3 bids.
Perfect. No, thank you. Very well, and I know you're put on the spot, and you're definitely providing us some clarity. Just a few things I wanted to share. So we have been doing a lot of studies in regards to housing, and understanding the true cost of housing is a ongoing research for us that we're doing. And I know you mentioned that, as well as we had improving the economic sustainability of housing. So we definitely are trying to do our homework. Just a few things in housing. Right now, Chief and Council are the authority. It's definitely, there's a lot of mistrust and, nepotism being thrown out there that, I'm not related to the chief or counselors or whoever. And so I don't get renovations. I know RAP is a program that we apply for. The history of housing is very unique. Prior to 85, I might be off a couple of years, INAC provided dollars for housing. Usually someone would put $800 or $1,000 down, and INAC would build them a house. CMHC mortgaging started, I believe, in 1987, which created phases. So we're just currently, I believe, into phase 23. So phases means that we do a 20-year mortgage. The band will sign the mortgage, so we make the payment, but the band is obligated in the CMHC agreement to collect rent from the tenant. Since 1987, Cowessess has incurred about a $2.1 million debt. We paid the mortgage, so when the rent isn't collected, Cowessess has to take the funds out of own source dollars to make sure the mortgage is paid. So we have to have a plan to address this $2.1 million debt, which council and staff are working on options right now. We don't want to hand this off to another generation to figure out, because we're not only good looking, but we're smart enough to figure this out as well. The second part is good governance. Chief and council run the affairs of the nation. And one of the tomorrow's presentations is about how Cowessess Mikiwam Housing Inc. It's an opportunity to change direction in how housing is, assessed and implemented, and fairness is provided. So tomorrow at the entities level, Housing Mikiwam Inc. will be presenting. In conclusion, I just wanted to make sure, Tiffany, that you had a chance to share everything you wanted. I just want to turn to you to see if I missed anything.
I don't think you missed anything. Just with that being said, during this unprecedented time, COVID-19, offices are closed to public, but again, housing is still available for emergency maintenance calls. You can call any of us in the housing department. 306-853-7400 is my cell phone, and you can reach me anytime for a work order or any issues, and I'll be great to get back to you.
Awesome. Just in closing for housing, there's a shared responsibility between the tenant. The tenant has a responsibility to, protect and preserve their home. The housing has a responsibility to make sure that the tenant, is operational needs are looked after, and council play a role, a shared responsibility to help find funds, additional funds, as well as make sure that if rent is not collected, that there is a plan in place. So it's a shared responsibility, and with better homes, safer homes, renovated homes, we'll have a healthier community. And so thank you, Tiffany. With that, I'm just going to do closing remarks. So you could sit here and listen to my closing remarks, or you could carry on to what you were doing. So it's up to you. Just in conclusion, I just wanted to thank everybody for today. This was our inaugural General Assembly through Zoom, through internet. I think this is going to be the new norm, but definitely in person is a Cowessess value. Tomorrow's agenda is entities and governance, chief and council, because we wanted to make sure we presented everything in the best means possible. Starting at 12 o'clock, we'll do prayer, and then we're going to do each entity. So ventures, Cowessess, Mikiwam Housing Inc., Little Child Community Development, TLE, Chief Red Bear Children's Lodge. And then after that, each counselor has an opportunity to present, what they feel they should, because they're elected by us. So definitely I had an amazing day. Thank you for the ones that stuck with us throughout the day. If I missed a question, I apologize. Please send the emails or texts or phone calls, and we'll try and address it. And with that, you have a safe evening, and you will hear from me tomorrow at 12 noon. Thank you. Have a good day.